Good morning, everyone. We are back on the record. The time is 9 a.m. The date is May 27th, 2026. This is day 2 of the hearing in Montana Public Service Commission docket number 2026.01.011 involving the application of NW Services for a Class B certificate of public convenience and necessity. I am the hearing examiner, Laura Dahowski. With me here today again is Commission Secretary Chris Ullman and Regulatory Compliance Specialist Susie Lindsay. We are appearing once again from the North Fork Meeting Room at the Hampton Inn in Kalispell, Montana. To begin the day, I'll ask for public comment. For anyone planning to make public comment, please note that this hearing is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So if you make a comment, please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. Are there any commenters in the room? Seeing none. Are there any public commenters online?
There are none.
Seeing none. Before we move to resume the evidentiary hearing, are there any procedural questions or other matters to be discussed?
We have none.
Yes, please, Mr. Henry.
We have none. Thank you.
None? Okay.
None.
None? None? All right. Let us resume with the evidentiary hearing. NW Services, if you'd like to continue with your case in chief.
NW Services will call John Robischall.
Okay.
Oh, John's here. Here, John.
Robischall, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
John Lobestahl,
And will you spell the last name?
Lobbestael.
Okay, where do you live, John?
Live in Kalispell, Montana.
What's your occupation?
I'm an owner of a construction company, Finmark Construction. I'm the general manager in terms of the daily operation.
Okay. What sort of construction does Finmark engage in?
Primarily custom residential, new home building.
Principally in the Flathead or in other venues as well?
Yeah, Flathead and Lake and Missoula occasionally.
Any given time, on average, I know it probably varies, how many homes, custom homes does Finmark have going at any time?
Probably 10 to 14 would be a representative average over the last decade per year.
How many employees does Finmark have?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40, depending on seasonal workload. That's including one of our holdings is a excavation company, Copper Forge Underground.
What's your scope of duties sort of on a day-to-day with Finmark?
Primarily, it's ensuring that the workforce is adequately resourced. They have the tools, means, equipment to get their work done. I'm also involved in a lot of risk management and financial oversight and human resources type transactions and the things that support the business that are not necessarily what fit or finish is going on a specific project, but making sure we have the resources to deliver those to the project.
Does Finmark, during the course of its operations, generate enough waste on its?
Oh, hold on, just one question.
I'm sure was the witness sworn in?
Yes.
Oh, I missed
Yeah,
that, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
thank you.
apologize.
Does Finmark generate enough waste on each of its residential construction projects to warrant disposal of that waste to the, let's say, Flathead County landfill?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's almost a continuous stream post foundation installation.
Yeah.
As soon as lumber shows up until the owner moves in, there's some waste product being generated.
Has Finmark used roll-off dumpsters on its projects from provided by Evergreen or Republic?
Yes.
Has Finmark ever had any difficulties or problems with Republic and Evergreen?
Yes.
And explain those problems?
A lot of times I would classify them as service related or willingness to provide responsive service. We, for example, we'd find out that a dumpster didn't get emptied, we call the service center or service representative. And we get some excuse along the lines of something's blocking access, there's snow or somebody put some debris against the dumpster, or it's over full, or just those types of issues. And yeah, I'd classify them as service responsiveness issues.
And again, that's your experience with both Republic and Evergreen?
That's correct.
Right. You recall talking with me briefly before this hearing about your experience with Republic and Evergreen?
Yes.
Do you recall saying hit or miss in terms of service?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
You'd have a period, I think we'd have periods where things go fine, it's not a problem, and then for some reason, a project or two would be what I classify as a mess, where we seem to just be struggling to maintain traction with keeping the waste from accumulating on site.
Did both organizations seem too busy?
At times, I think that'd be a fair statement.
What can you tell me about the pricing of Republic and Evergreen? Did you find it reasonable?
We found it high enough to compel us to seek alternative ways to deal with it.
And the alternative ways to deal with the waste was what?
We purchased our own roll-off trailer and dumpsters, which we revolve through our sites and rely on for our waste removal.
So Finmark primarily self-hauls its construction waste now,
Correct.
and that's based on the service and pricing of both Republic and Evergreen.
Correct.
Would Finmark rather have an option other than, say, Republic or Evergreen to haul its waste instead of self-hauling?
Most certainly.
During your tenure with Finmark, I assume you've conferred with other construction professionals in the valley about the disposal of waste.
Yes.
Have you?
Yep.
Okay. What is the reputation of Republic and Evergreen in the construction circles in the Flathead?
It's such that it's compelled people to figure out how to deal with the waste removal issue on their own. I'm familiar with another firm that equipped themselves almost identically to us in terms of equipment, and they're not a waste hauling company, they're a construction company. Also, there seems to be discussions about perceived opportunity because of the lack of service.
Objection, hearsay, this is based on discussions with others that are not present.
It's reputation evidence for 803.21. It's excluded from hearsay.
To the extent you confine your answer, to the reputation will allow it.
Okay. I
So
guess I
you
need
can't give me
clarification
anything
on that.
specific. Huh?
What's that? I need clarification on how you want me to confine my answer.
Can I give it to him?
Please.
Right, so reputation evidence, the reputation generally in the construction circles is what I was getting at.
Yes.
Not a specific conversation you had like with maybe Sam.
Okay.
Sam had a specific instance on May 26th that he's mad at Republic, not that, generally.
Yeah, I would frame my statement such that the reputation compels people in our industry to seek alternative solutions for waste removal.
Would Finmark consider another entity for its construction debris removal other than Republic and Evergreen?
Yes,
For example, NW Services, if they got a certificate.
certainly.
I have nothing further.
Evergreen?
Good morning, my
Hello.
name is Jackie Pappas, I'm an attorney here on behalf of Evergreen Disposal.
Right,
Would you prefer I call you John or Mr. Livingston?
you can call me John, thank you.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yeah.
John, you said you oversee 30 to 40 employees, building 10 to 14 homes a year, correct?
Correct,
Okay. Those employees, do you provide them with benefits?
yes,
Is that important to employees?
absolutely,
Important to retaining employees?
yeah.
Okay. And having those 30 or 40 employees, building that many houses a year, is safety important to Finmark?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of safety programs does Finmark have in place?
So for example, we do a weekly toolbox talks. We support our or our employees attending, the grip training offered through the local building association. And then we have the superintendents and lead employees such as the foreman go to the annual 10-hour safety training at Ocean County.
Is that local or do they travel for that?
We both, you know, when we get a local opportunity, obviously we seize that, but I think last year it was in one of the green towns, I don't know if it's Bozeman or Billings or Purdue, but I think we sent some folks out of town for that one.
Okay. You're paying to send your employees there,
Yeah,
that's a cost to Finmark,
sure, yeah,
but the benefit outweighs that cost, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And you said you make sure your employees have adequate resources, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Does it matter to have backup piece of equipment?
that depends what type of equipment you're talking about.
Sure.
But yeah, I think that for certain tasks, it's good to have some redundancy of backup equipment.
Okay. Make sure you're not down for some period of time waiting on something?
Yeah, the larger capital assets, we'd probably look to like the rental market. It doesn't be necessary to capitalize the company with additional excavators, just to have backup equipment.
Sure, but if it wasn't something you could rent, you'd be looking to have maybe your own backup?
Yeah, let's say a air compressor, you might want to have a backup air compressor.
Oh, sure, okay. Mr. Sandry, kind of lumped together Evergreen and Republic in his questions to you, and I just want to make sure I understand. As far as my client Evergreen, okay?
Sure.
Has Evergreen, are you the person that orders roll-off containers for Finmark?
Not anymore. My superintendents would be the ones that would do that.
Okay.
There was a time that I had performed that task.
Okay, and when did that stop, that you were the person to make orders?
Probably about 2020.
Okay, so you haven't ordered any personally in the last 6 years?
No,
Okay. And so, is it accurate that the last time you used Evergreen was in 2025 for a project on Majestic View Drive?
I wouldn't dispute that if that's what your records show.
Okay. And if my records show that you hadn't, Finmark, when I say you, Finmark hadn't used Evergreen prior to that since 2022, would that be accurate?
Can you restate that? time frame?
Sure. Other than that project on Majestic View Drive, would you have any reason to dispute that Finmark hasn't used Evergreen since 2022?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
that's.
Okay, so in the last 4 years, Finmark has used Evergreen on one project, correct?
Correct,
Okay, and do you know of any issues with that project specifically?
not specifically.
Okay. And so when you're talking about Evergreen being hit or miss, you're talking about something prior to 2022?
I'm talking, I mean, that's my general perception of the service, and I don't have anything
Okay,
to dissuade me from it being prevailing
Okay,
today.
and in your personal experience, when you talk about Evergreen being hit or miss, that's something prior to 2022.
Again, that's a sentiment I have, nothing's dissuaded me from moving off of that.
Okay, I just need to make a clear record here. So your personal experience with Evergreen, other than Majestic View Drive, which you said you don't know of any issues with, ended in 2022. So you don't have any personal experience with Evergreen. The service was hit or miss after 2022.
No,
Thanks. And so when you were talking about blocked access, snow load, debris against the dumpster, you're talking about dumpsters that were overfull, blocked, or inaccessible, is that fair?
yeah, I mean, that's
Okay,
the
and
same.
you, and the hauler was unable to haul because of those items.
Yeah, without a seeming willingness to either resolve the issue. Sometimes independently, it seemed like it could have been done. Maybe a piece of something leaning against a dumpster, or response to, or maybe a quick phone call. Superintendent can run out there in the area and help out. That would be some of the experiences that kind of surround those types of service issues we had.
Does Finmark employ folks that have CDLs?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a CDL?
I don't.
Okay. Is an overweight roll-off container a safety concern?
Yes,
For hauling it down the road, it might be a safety concern?
sure.
Okay.
Totally.
And so if you have an overweight container, would that be a reasonable reason to deny, to say you can't pick it up?
An overweight container, yes. Over full, I think that needs to be evaluated. If it's something that could easily be compressed into below the top line, then I think that can be maybe dealt with.
And is it on the hauler are you expecting that the hauler driver would get out and jump on there to compress, or how do you envision that would happen?
I mean, that's what we have to do on our ways to, yeah, or reorganize, situate the oblong piece of plywood so it's flat, whatever. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Or you have equipment that you can use to tamp it down at the job site?
Not usually.
Okay,
I mean, I think you would during the excavation phase, there's not a lot of waste generated then.
Okay.
After that, there's forklifts, but you wouldn't want, that's not an appropriate tool to tamp waste.
fair. Now, again, though, all these issues you've personally experienced with Evergreen, do you recall that any of these experiences were with Evergreen specifically?
I can't, I can't recall that at this time.
Okay, and you said you had switched to, again, I'm saying you, I
Yeah,
apologize,
yeah.
Finmark had switched
Yeah.
to self-hauling because the price was too high.
Price and service, yeah,
Okay,
service responsiveness.
and so if NWS was granted a permit, would the price of the dumpster matter in Finmark's decision of whether to continue self-hauling or use NWS?
Well, I think we factor our decisions both on cost or price and service. Which, the subset of that, availability, responsiveness, et cetera.
Okay, availability matters, having a dumpster available to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And being able to get it to you timely matters?
Yeah,
You weren't here yesterday, were you?
no.
Okay, lucky.
Oh,
There was testimony yesterday that a delivery within 2 to 3 business days was a reasonable amount of time. Is that reasonable?
for the initial mobilization of the dumpster unit?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and when you call for a haul, is getting a haul within 2 to 3 days reasonable?
More on the 2 days, I think 3 to plus just starts to get. A lot of times you're calling for a haul because it's near full or full, right?
Mm-hmm,
So,
but 2 days is reasonable.
yeah, I think so.
Okay. Has ever, to your personal knowledge, has Evergreen ever denied service to Finmar? Like we won't give you a service?
Not to my personal knowledge. No. Not that I recall.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Council for Republic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan. My name is Lucas Porcello. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Allied Waste, which is Businesses Republic.
Okay.
You might play John as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
John, I just want to go through a couple of things you said. You said Finmark purchased its own roll-off trailers?
Correct.
How many trailers did Finmark purchase?
Today we have 2.
Okay.
They separate from the dumpster.
Mhm.
Total number of dumpsters, probably somewhere around a dozen purchased today.
Okay. So I think I heard you say earlier that you're averaging 10 to 14 homes per year, for Finmark at any given point in time.
Sure, yeah.
So it sounds like you've got about 1 dumpster for each home you're working on.
Yeah, I think that'd be. Yeah, it'd be probably.
Okay.
I think that the concept would be to have a +1, so you have an empty you take, replace, yeah.
Sure, yeah, idea of having a spare around when you need it.
Yes,
Okay. So if there was, if Finmark was seeking out a hauler to provide that service, would it seek a hauler for all of its homes, or would it seek a hauler just for the excess capacity it can't already serve?
at the onset, I think you'd evaluate through. Access, that'd be the opportunity, and see how this works, right?
Okay. So that excess in this case, maybe 2 homes at any given point in time, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's how the month for.
Okay.
Years, yeah.
You said you used to be responsible for ordering roll-offs, but now your superintendents have done it since about 2020, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that'd be
Approximate.
approximate.
Okay. When's the last time you personally ordered roll-offs through Republic for Finmark?
I can't testify to that, I don't have a recollection clear enough.
Okay. Is it fair to assume that that's before 2020?
Yeah, I think. That's a fair assumption, but it wouldn't surprise me if I did something in 2022, yeah, I can't recall.
Do you recall the last, or do you know the last time your superintendents ordered roll-offs through Republic?
Yeah, we have one. Currently on rent on one of our projects.
Okay,
Within the last couple of weeks, I would say.
okay, where is that project at?
That's in Condon.
Condon?
Yeah.
Okay. How often do you get that roll-off serviced in Condon?
It's probably bi-weekly.
And is that a scheduled pickup, or is that something it's on call?
I think it's an on-call, that one.
Okay. So bi-weekly is a sort of average time.
Yeah, probably that's about where the rate waste piles into a 30-yard at the current phase.
When's the last time that your, let me ask that question differently, sorry. With regard to this most recent roll-off rental in Condon, are you aware of any issues with respect to that roll-off rental?
Yes.
Okay.
There was some confusion or misunderstanding on payment status, which the superintendent and our office administrator made efforts to resolve through the third party service center. Ultimately, I believe, set up an online account, verified payment, called back to reschedule. We're unsuccessful in finding the account. The call center was. In the meantime, we had to double handle the waste and pile it up into piles outside of the dumpster, and then actually using one of our forklift baskets to kind of keep it from blowing around as well, so.
Okay. When you say confusion on the payment status, what do you mean?
What I was told by the superintendent is that the call center had indicated that payment had not been received, even though we had a check that we had records of sending.
Okay,
Yeah,
so just that you were under the belief that you'd sent the check and Republic was under the belief that you had not sent a check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you able to determine what the truth of the matter was?
I have not investigated it, so I wasn't able to determine what the status of that was. The frustration that was expressed to me is the difficulty pinpointing what that was for the people that were dealing with it.
Okay, but they were able to resolve that with Republic
Yeah, by establishing an online account.
and then making payment through that online account?
Right.
Okay.
So possible duplicate payment type of a scenario is what I think needs to be investigated next. But this was, I believe, last week or so, so
Okay, so you're not aware of any duplicate payment as we sit here today?
not yet.
Okay.
I suspect it though.
Prior to that, when's the last time you rented a roll off from the public?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you estimate?
I would estimate you probably did something in 2025.
Okay. How often do you estimate roll off from the public in 2025?
We probably have one project, I'm guessing that would be an average. What we would need to supplement. You know, with an additional 30-yarder.
Okay, and just to be clear, was that one project in Flathead County?
Well, that's in Missoula County.
That was in Missoula. Okay. So no projects in 2025, including Republic and Flathead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We might be crossing the projects.
Okay.
The project we spoke about, the service issues last week, is in Condon and Missoula County.
Mhm.
My speculation that we probably average a rental in 2025 would be in.
Okay. So, one project in Flathead County in 2025, no projects in Flathead County in 2026, is that correct?
Presently, no.
Presently.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
How about before that? And I'll just make this easy, from 2024 back to the, when your superintendents took over for you. On average, how many projects in Flathead County?
Yeah, we're probably, I'm gonna guess it's 1 year.
One
An
year.
average of what we would need to either have Evergreen or Republic supplement. She said something about 2022 was the last prior, and then so yeah, one per year prior to us equipping our own waste hauling.
Okay. 1 a year prior to getting your own waste hauling in Flathead County. And it sounds like you must have switched from Evergreen to Republic in 2022, is that correct?
Well, we would use both entities.
Okay,
I mean, there's been, yeah, periods where, Republic can't cover a service area Evergreen has, or conversely, so.
okay. With respect to maybe the most recent project then in 2025, are you aware of any service issues that Finnmark had?
Not today, as I sit here,
How about in 2024?
no.
Okay, 2023?
Nothing, yeah, nothing stands out.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
When is the last time you recall a specific service issue with the Republic roll?
That'll probably be around the time we secured our own equipment.
We talked about, having backups for equipment earlier, I think,
Sure.
Finmark has a number of employees, I think you said 30 to 40 or so.
Right.
Does that quantity of employees help you if some employees are sick or unavailable?
Sure, yeah,
How about like when employees go on vacation?
yeah.
Does the, having backup employees allow Finmark to be flexible in its response to its customers?
Yeah,
What would happen if Finmark didn't have employees that could fill in when others were gone?
we subcontract.
Okay,
I mean, that, it does happen. With specialized task areas in construction, you're not gonna have redundancy. For example, I've got 2 finished trim. They can't get the same thing, or they get sick, you're gonna subcontract.
sure, so you end up paying a different company to do the job.
Sure,
Okay, you might have to pay a premium to that subcontractor.
yeah.
Sorry, John, I'm just checking my notes.
Yeah.
You may have said this already, so I apologize if I'm asking the same question again. Did you say, when did Finmark start self-hauling?
About 2020.
2020, thank you,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Council for Illinois.
Good morning, John.
Hello,
My name is Ally Garib. I represent Illinois Site Services doing business as Grizzly Disposal and Recycling. Do you know, has Finmark ever utilized roll-off services from Illinois or Grizzly Disposal?
I don't believe so. Yeah, I think that's unfamiliar to me anyways. There may have been one off.
Okay. And you said since about 2020, your superintendents do the scheduling for roll-off service?
Yes.
And how many superintendents does Finmark have?
At present, 3 full-time, yes.
Is it? How does self-hauling affect your business?
What specifically are you driving at with that?
Well, I'm interested to know if, you know, before, when you weren't having to haul your own waste. I assume those employees were able to stay on the job site and continue whatever the project was, correct?
Well, I didn't take an employee up from the job site to do that. It was one of our, office employees essentially that runs the circles.
Okay, so you have a designated.
Yeah, a designated employee handles that.
And so if you were able to utilize a roll-off provider, like one of the people in this room, what would that person do then?
Yeah, other duties related to construction, yeah.
I have no further questions for this one.
Thank you, Council. I have no questions. No. Do we services redirect?
Just a couple. John, you stated in response to Ms. Papa's questions that you were uncertain as to whether the last time you used Evergreen at Majestic View Drive, whether there were any issues. You recall that?
That's correct, yeah.
There could have been issues, correct?
There could have been, certainly.
All right. Your recent experience in Condon, you mentioned a third-party call center. What do you mean by that?
So when you dial the number, you get routed to somebody that's not local.
What do you mean by that?
I'm gonna
International
back to this
call
line
center.
of questioning. We've established that this wasn't a job site in Flathead County, it's in Missoula County.
Well,
This has been explored specifically by Republic, the Condon job. And the call center came up and it's fair game.
I agree.
So international flair, like you get the feeling you're dialing somebody that's not in the state of Montana.
Yeah, English is a second language is the.
Okay.
Perception,
And the problem was they didn't find your check.
correct.
And then they wouldn't service your dumpster. They refused to.
Right.
And it was full.
Yep,
You remember sending me a couple of pictures?
I did, yes.
And we use these for demonstrative purposes. I want you to show these to council and the hearing examiner and tell them what you're showing them.
Sure, so the first picture is a Republic dumpster on the Condon job site. That's pulled to the top line. There's waste piling up next to it. This is from my superintendent. Sent this to me in frustration. Second picture is our man basket for our lift, our telehandler lift. Being used for waste to keep it consolidated and ready to go into the dumpster when it's empty.
Well, you can't recall specifics over the years. Is this the type of hit and miss service you're talking about?
Yeah.
So as you sit there today, you are still dissatisfied with the service and pricing from both Evergreen and Republic.
Yeah, that's why I continue to haul our own waste.
I have no further questions.
Henry, would you like to permanently excuse witness?
Sure.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objections.
Witness is permanently excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
NW Services calls Dave Hunting.
Also, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, looking for the next witness.
Why don't we go off the record for a couple of minutes? The time is 9:38. We are back on the record. It is 9:41. Mr. Prenti, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name, spelling your last.
David Prunty, Prunty.
Okay. Dave, you live in Flathead County?
Yes, sir.
What's your occupation?
I am the Public Works Director for Flathead County.
What's within the scope of your work duties?
I am the Director for both the Solid Waste District for the county and also the Road and Bridge Department.
Solid waste being the landfill is part of that,
Yes, sir.
and the green dumpster sites.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in charge of the solid waste division for Flathead County?
Just about 24 years.
Is the Flathead County landfill, which is between Whitefish and Kalispell, the only landfill in the county?
We're the only class 2 facility, as Montana DEQ would define us. I think there might be some other landfills, Paul, that could be private, but certainly we are the main landfill. And the one that is the only class 2 facility in Flathead County.
During your tenure of 24 years, has the landfill been expanded?
Yes.
Give me an idea of the expansion over those 24 years.
So when I arrived in 2002, the landfill had just built its first subtitle B line area. That subtitle D is federal regulations, just for what landfills are required to do now to build a liner, put down barrier layers, and so you can put garbage on top of the barrier layers to protect human health and the environment. It's been expanded.
Let me hold you there. So that first area of expansion that you experienced subsequent to your 2002 hire, or at least allocation of those duties, how many acres was that?
How many acres was the liner
Well, the space,
of the current landfill?
no, of the first expansion.
Okay, the first liner, I'll take some guesses here just because I'll be close, but not exact. Probably that acre, that liner was probably in the 5 to 6 acre size.
Right, and so since that first 5 to 6 acre size expansion you're familiar with after 2002, have there been additional expansion?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain those?
The first liner that I was responsible for building at the landfill was what was called phase 2B. It was a very small liner that added on to that first liner. It was, I think, about a couple acres in size. We then later constructed what was called the phase 3 liner. Again, I think that one was probably in the 5 acre range. Then we had 2 more liners that I have built, phase 4A and phase 4B. That finished out the liner area for what's called the North Area landfill, where the landfill has been operating since 1971, I believe, when it started. Those liners were also probably in the 5 to 7 acre range. Excuse me, let me correct that. We also then built the phase 5 liner. That was another one that's about 5 acres. That completed the North Area landfill. And we are right now currently building the phase 6A liner down in what is called the South Area landfill, our property south of the current operation.
Is the landfill had to expand due to population growth?
Population growth means garbage growth, and so yes.
So the volumes of waste have gone up.
Yes, sir.
You know Mitchell Hill?
Yes.
How do you know Mitchell Hill?
I have worked on multiple projects with Mitch, both at the landfill and at through my road and bridge duties.
Okay. Mitch, in his role as principal and superintendent of Sandry Construction, has assisted in the landfill expansion.
Yes.
Okay. Mitch, do you demonstrate general working knowledge of the landfill?
Does Mitch?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Mitch has been around, he's certainly from the construction perspective, he absolutely knows how to build a liner facility. And his general knowledge of construction, from what I've seen both in landfill and on road projects is very good.
Do you find Mitch to be a capable young man?
Yes,
Hard work ethic,
yes,
good work ethic rather?
yes.
Why don't you take a look at exhibit 19 in a binder in front of you, it should say NWS exhibit. Yeah, that one. You recognize what we have 19?
Yes, these are worksheets that I had one of my staff produce at Mitch's request for tonnages coming into the landfill.
Okay. The document says tonnages and then the totals are expressed as cubic yards.
No, these are tonnages.
Okay.
These would be weighed on our inbound scale system that we have at the landfill.
Okay. And are the numbers on exhibit 19 true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
It looks like you're tracking construction debris separate and apart from mixed waste, residential waste.
we do. We have waste categories that we put material into based upon their general compositions. Think residential, your garbage trucks that come to your households come to my container sites. Then construction debris will capture, like it says here, you know, dead animals, brushwood, compost. We'll categorize those, but it's still all tonnage coming into the facility.
Okay.
By the way, I just say that CY there that you thought was cubic yards.
Yeah.
Calendar year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought I was smart. Yards, all right. I move for the admission of 19.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
It's not hearsay, the declarant's right here, and this is a summary of the numbers from the landfill. It's a public record. These numbers are maintained, I assume, in the ordinary course of the business of Flathead County.
Well, my question is this, I know Mr. Sanders, you said these are public records, but I didn't hear your witness actually say that. If you'd like to clarify that.
Lay some foundation. Okay. Mr. Prunty, these numbers come from Flathead County offices
Yes, sir.
and they're tracked by Flathead County employees.
Yes, sir.
Tracked initially from the landfill.
Yes, sir.
Those numbers then are transmitted to a central office, and you work in that office.
Yes,
And is it the business of Flathead County, or at least part of its operations to track all of the numbers from the landfill that are depicted on exhibit 19?
yes, sir.
And are these numbers maintained in the ordinary course of Flathead County business?
Yes, sir.
And I remove the admission of 19.
No objection.
Evergreen, Elena,
no objection.
Interior Services exhibit 19 is admitted.
I told you I wanted you to do some public math, and so you ran out to your truck to get your calculator. I'm interested in construction debris. So I took a look at construction debris on exhibit 19, and that's NWS 82, if I'm reading this right.
Okay,
Okay. I want you to tell me what the construction debris total tonnage was for 2020.
would you like me to go all the way down to the decimal point, be exact?
No, why don't you round?
I will get rid of the decimal point, it'll just make it a little easier for me, if that's okay.
And I was off on cubic yards, but my guess was 35,972. Let's see what you
Okay.
come up with.
All right, just for construction debris.
Yep.
Okay. $35,983.
That was close. Give me that number one more time, Dave.
35,983.
That's total construction debris that landed at the Flathead County landfill. Construction debris in 2020. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. I want you to do the same thing with 2021 and 2025.
2021 and 25, okay,
So 21 should be NWS 83.
got it, okay. Need one, I have 38,475.
And that's construction debris down to 2021, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now I want you to take a look at 2025. And that should be the NWS 87.
okay, construction debris. $7,980. I missed the last month.
want you to run that one more
I
time.
think I left off December, I'm sorry. Let's start over. $1,034.
And that's a construction debris in the landfill for calendar year 2025.
Yes, sir.
You agree that there's an increase of 41% in waste from calendar year 2020 to 2025?
I would have to do that math, but it sounds reasonable.
Do you agree with me that the construction debris deposited in the landfill for the calendar months of January and February of 2026 exceeds all other January and Februarys between the years of 2020 and 2025?
Yes, sir.
For 2026 is starting off a little hotter than the other years.
The numbers say that, seasonal fluctuations and projects always occur for us and it can be up and down, but, the trend is certainly showing an increase over time as expected.
And at the time that you sent this exhibit 19 to Mitchell in April, you didn't have the March or April numbers for 2026, correct?
Yeah, I probably, when Mitch asked me to run this, I probably asked dates. I don't remember what I asked him, how far he wanted, and then when I called the scale house and asked them to do it. I'm the one that likely cut it off in February, just saying this was enough.
Because you knew you were gonna have to do math.
Well, obviously I didn't do a good job on 1 year, so.
Well, thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Evergreen?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jackie Pappas. I'm an attorney for Evergreen Disposal. Would you prefer I call you Dave or Mr. Penny?
Oh, Dave's plenty good, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. I hate to put you on the spot for math, but why don't we finish out some of the math that Mr. Sandry left out,
Okay,
okay? He had you calculate 2020 and 2021 and then 2025.
Okay.
There's a gap there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we calculate those other 3 years?
which would be 22,
2,
3, and 4.
Yep.
Okay. I haven't done this since college, guys. I'll try not to screw it up. Okay, this is 22 construction. Okay, 22 was 47,990. I'm sorry,
Are you sure about that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I'm gonna add December again, look at that as a total.
Dave, would it be helpful if I may approach a witness?
Okay.
I'm gonna hand you a piece of paper here. Paul, do you want a copy?
Sure.
Make sure you're very far away. May I approach one?
Sure.
It's gonna come up. Dave, I handed you a piece of paper that has some numbers on it. I will represent to you that these numbers are a combination of the numbers you gave in to Mitchell that were produced in NWS 19.
Okay,
Okay. Can you briefly look through those numbers as far as I don't think they match exactly with what you said for 2020, 21, or 25, but I think they're pretty close.
I would assume that's my rounding,
Okay.
leaving off the decimals.
Okay, so for 2020, you have, you had told Mr. Sandry 35,983 tons. And my math, I came up with 35,990.19 tons. Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that that's anything but a rounding error on your part?
This looks very correct to me.
Okay. And so, looking at these numbers, I know you've calculated 2020, 21, and 25 with Mr. Sandry. Do you want to take a minute and look at the other years here?
Sure, well, when I added, I would say for 22, when I added in December, I got 50,311, so again, about 6 tons away,
Okay.
rounding,
Okay.
so. Okay, 23 matches correctly.
Okay, so we have for 23, 56,805.07 tons.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The numbers match for 24 with a total of 48,005.88 tons.
Okay. And then the 2025 numbers also look like a rounding error from what you gave to Paul versus what's in here. So 51,041.57 tons in 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. If you look at that next column over, I'll represent to you that I took the total divided by 12. If you want to.
Oh, per month average, okay.
Yeah, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
Okay, so you'd agree with me In 2020, you had an average of about just under 3,000 tons per month. Go up to about 3,200 tons in 2021. You go up to almost 4,200 tons in 2022, up to 4,700 tons in 2023. Then in 2024, you go down to 4,000 tons, and in 2025, back up to 4,200, just over tons per month.
Yes,
Okay, that all looks accurate to you?
yes,
Okay, so looking at that, it looks to me, 2020 was when COVID hit, is that correct?
yes, I think so. Close. Yes, I think right.
You were working for the county then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you see a big growth spike in the county after that in your role in the county?
Yes, COVID, people left to come here, unfortunately.
And so, does it surprise you that you have big growth in 2021 and 2022 and 2023?
No, I'm not surprised at all in any of our garbage growth, to tell you the truth.
And then for C&D, you actually had negative growth between 2023 and 2024, correct?
Looks like it, yep.
Is that accurate to your recollection of?
Yes, the numbers say what the numbers say, and I could not remember for that calendar year, but we see swings like that occur, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And so the numbers for 2025 are actually lower than the numbers for 2023, correct?
Yes,
So on this data set, 2023 marks the high point of C&D waste coming into the landfill, correct?
for this data set, yes, that's a good way to phrase it.
Mr. Sandry represented, and you agreed with him, that between 2020 and 2025, that was a 41% growth. That sounds like a big number, but if we look at a slightly different data set from the end of 22, so looking at 2023 forward data. And so the 2023 data is the 2022 data is 50,000 tons per year. The 2025 is 51,000 tons per year.
Yes,
That amounts to a growth rate of 1.44% by my calculations. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. So the more recent growth in the valley, in the Flathead County, is not as great as it was in the early 2020s. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. And growth is leveled off as compared to just after COVID set.
yes, yes, our total tonnage into the landfill, I can speak to that. For the last couple of years, I seem to have planed out at about 163 to 165,000 tons total into the landfill.
Okay. Dave, you said that you, in addition to being the director for the solid waste district, you're also the road and bridge supervisor?
I'm the public works director, and so yes, I have both departments are under my responsibility.
Okay, so you're responsible for maintenance of all the county roads?
Yes,
That's a hard job, isn't it?
yes,
I live in Hardin County, and our road maintenance is always a struggle. Is it important to the county that its roads are safe and its bridges are safe?
absolutely.
Okay. Is it important to the county that folks using those roads and bridges are using them appropriately?
Yes,
Okay, important that you don't
Yes.
have overweight vehicles on the road that could cause damage to the road and bridge?
yes, absolutely, yes.
Now, do you work day to day out at the landfill?
I have to split my time. I have two offices, obviously, so I am there. I can't give a straight percentage, but I do my best to get to both facilities as much as possible and still not kill myself.
Can running the landfill be hard in winter months?
winter actually, unless it's when it's frozen, it's no big deal. Spring and fall with water are the bigger issues, but all seasons have their issues, no matter spring, summer, winter, or fall.
Okay, do you ever see containers come into the landfill that are frozen and can't empty?
Absolutely.
Okay, that happens pretty often if it's a cold winter?
Happens every winter. Cold winters can be worse. Cold winters with more moisture make it even more problematic for the haulers.
You've been here a long time, you can have pretty variable winters here, is that fair?
After last winter, that's the understatement, yes.
And so, do you observe haulers trying to unfreeze containers to get them, into the landfill?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever seen somebody not be able to get a container or get waste out of a container?
Yes.
Do you know what they do then?
Usually take it back to the shop and put it inside and warm it up to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, they take it away and deal with it.
Yeah, come back later for another shot.
Okay. Going back to exhibit 19, I just wanted to ask a quick clarifying question. It looks like you had certain categories of waste that didn't get tracked after a while. It looks like for 24 and 25, we only see mixed waste and construction debris. And before that, we see sewer waste, brush, wood chips, compost, animals. Are those just no longer tracked, or was it just not included?
It was just not included. We started a brand new scale program from a different provider, and so we could more closely. I can run reports that have certain products in them, and I think Mitch was asking me for those materials, and so that's what we ran, but we still track it all, it's just not shown.
Before I get too far afield, I would like to move to admit this spreadsheet as a rebuttal exhibit.
I object that the exhibit doesn't rebut anything. There's no totals on the other page. And there's nothing to rebut. In addition, it was never listed as an exhibit.
It's a compilation, just as Mr. Sandry argued, was something that could be done, it could be submitted. With his exhibit, it's a compilation of the data. It rebuts his testimony that he procured of 41% growth and shows that the more recent growth is much different.
That's an argument on the evidence within the document. Those numbers are all there. And her numbers are fairly accurate. But they're not maintained by Flathead County, and they don't rebut anything. They're in agreement.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. I think the information is available in the exhibit itself, but it can readily be calculated.
Okay.
Just one clarification, did you want us to view this as demonstrative exhibit?
Sure, that's a lovely demonstrative. Sorry, dude, I got sidetracked. Dave, when you're measuring the volume of capacity that your landfill has, do you measure that in tonnage or in airspace?
Actually, I measured in airspace in cubic yards.
Okay. And tonnage and airspace don't one-to-one.
No, we calculate, I do an annual survey of the landfill to determine the amount of airspace used through one calendar year. You know, you have the tons coming in off the scale, and then you can get conversions out of that to figure out effective densities of your landfill, how much energy you're putting in to compact the garbage and all that kind of stuff. But the overall concept, you analytically, you weigh people coming in because it's precise.
Does Flathead County have a recycling program?
We do.
Can you tell me about that?
Sure. We have multiple facets of recycling that we do. We have what's a blue bin program at our container sites and at the landfill where we recycle aluminum cans, all paper products. And old corrugated cardboard, OCC it's called. We also at the landfill have recycling for all metals. Those are at the container sites also, anything metal. We take refrigerators, freezers, air conditioners, remove the chlorofluorocarbons from them. We'll take anything metal, bicycles, lawnmowers, we take it all when it's metal, goes into the metals pile. We also recycle used oil, used antifreeze, propane bottles. We have a junk vehicle program that is administered through the state of Montana. Those cars are picked up by us, actually owned by state of Montana. But we keep them in our yard. State of Montana then bales them or crushes them. They go to market for recycling. We have a green waste program where we have a contract grinder who comes in, who grinds up all of our brush, limbs and stumps. The stumps go, generally they try to go for hog fuel is about the best place for them to go. They have done dyed bark concept or dyed, landscaping materials. The brush and limbs are recycled and those go, that contractor uses them for beneficial use. It can be ground cover. It can be a material that gets composted. He shakes the fines out of them, uses that material as a beneficial use. I think that's it.
Okay. Is recycling important to Flathead County?
Absolutely.
Why?
Recycling, getting into opinions here a little bit, but I will tell you recycling in Montana generally does not pay. Distance to market is the problem. We're burning diesel fuels to haul them to wherever market is. However, at some point, as landfill space continues to diminish throughout the country, this will become more and more important, and it's more and more important and more cost effective on the East Coast and in metropolitan areas. But my board of directors has said that we want to educate as best we can at this time with our society in the hopes and general likelihood that when recycling does become more cost effective as time goes on, you're training people to do it. And we actually have a program where we are working with the college and a group called Citizens for the Better Flathead to educate our children in the schools through what's called the Waste Not Project about waste reduction, waste recycling, and trying to remove hazardous waste from the waste stream instead of getting it into our landfill.
And one of the things you said in there, I want to make sure I'm clear. One of the reasons recycling is important is it diverts tonnage from the landfill?
Yes, absolutely.
Does Flathead County track the recycling volume?
Yes.
Okay, do you happen to know that offhand?
Well, all of those commodities, the blue bin program removes roughly 700 tons a year. Our green waste program removes probably about 5,000 tons a year. I have no idea on junk cars, but I can tell you, we remove approximately 50 to 70 junk vehicles a year throughout the county. The metals program, we remove 3,000 to 4,000 tons a year through the metals program. I don't know the volumes of the waste oil or the antifreeze offhand.
Significant tonnage, is that fair?
Certainly.
Okay. Does Flathead County contract with Evergreen to haul recyclables?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that contract?
Yes,
Okay. Does Evergreen use roll-off containers for that hauling?
they're, yes, they are, our cardboard bins are actually compactor bins. We have compactors, so we get better payloads through the program. The aluminum cans are in a 30-yard container. And the paper products go in another 30-yard container.
Okay. And you said you're familiar with Evergreen's contract with Flathead County.
Mhm.
Have you had issues with Evergreen in that contract?
No, they have been our service provider since I've been here, and I think before that, and have provided excellent service.
Okay. And does that contract have a requirement that Evergreen needs to provide service the next business day if service is requested by 3 p.m.?
Yes,
Does Evergreen do that
yes,
consistently?
yes.
We're talking about the amount of recycling that was diverted from the landfill. Does that have an impact on the lifespan of the landfill?
Absolutely.
And if you weren't diverting recycling from the landfill, would that negatively impact the lifespan of the landfill?
I don't know if you could say it's negatively impacting it, it reduces it.
Okay. Would that cost the people of Flathead County more money if the lifespan's reduced?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. You certainly need to have a different system. Eventually, when the landfill is full, it's hard to say, it's not illogical to think that that could be more costly than your own landfill in your own county.
But if you weren't diverting recycling and you were putting it in the landfill, would you have to build out cells at a faster rate than?
Yes,
going out?
yes,
You mentioned that Flathead County landfill is a class 2 facility, correct?
yes.
Okay. And does that limit the types of waste that Flathead County landfill can accept?
We can accept all types of waste in Montana that's generated except hazardous waste. Hazardous waste must go to a class 1 facility.
Okay, and do you know where the nearest class 1 facility is?
It's not Montana. There is no class 1 facility in the state of Montana. So some of our products that we pull out, a lot of them have gone to 2 facilities, both on the Columbia River, one in Oregon, one in Washington State. But our service provider can go to a whole lot of different spots wherever they choose to go when it comes to disposal options for that material. But a lot of it is.
Is it important to Flathead County to ensure that you're not getting waste that you're not allowed to have as a class 2 landfill?
We do our dangest, yes,
Can it get pretty expensive if somebody brings in some improper waste?
yes.
Have you had that happen?
Right now, a lithium battery is gonna cost me about $12,000 to get rid of because someone dropped it off. It's one of the car batteries or something like that. I can't find a home for it. So there's my best example of, yes, it's expensive.
Okay. Have you ever had trouble with Evergreen bringing you improper waste?
The times I remember when it occurred was back in the when I first was getting here, I've been here for 5 years, and there were hospital loads. And the hospital was learning how to deal with biohazardous waste. And the hospital was, you know, the generator responsible, cradle to grave. And the hospital would get called and come out and remove the waste. So Evergreen was in the middle, and there was no way they would have known it was in there until it's dumped. But there's the one time that that I can remember of issues. But again, that's the generator's issue way more so than the hauler's issue.
What kind of container was that, do you know?
They were either roll-offs or compactor bins, I don't remember, but they were large bins.
Okay.
It wasn't a front loader or a side loading truck.
Okay. Was Evergreen difficult to work with when that happened?
No,
Is it important to have a shipper that's can work with you and tell you where the generated waste came from if you have an issue?
sure, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Sandry asked you about the numbers from 2026, correct? for C and D waste specifically. When we were talking earlier, you said that I believe this winter had been unprecedented.
Unprecedented easy.
So it was an easy winter.
It was a very easy winter. It wasn't winter.
Okay, not much snow.
We got a lot of rain in the Flathead. We were certainly wet, but it sure didn't have cold temperatures and snow.
Okay, so does it surprise you that the C and D waste was higher given the winter weather?
I think the contractors were probably able to work, certainly in the building trades. I think that probably wouldn't surprise me that there was abilities for those guys to do it. There were certainly less snow days out there where they would likely shut jobs down.
Okay. And 2 months of data isn't going to tell you what the entire year looks like, is it? Dave, with apologies for making you do math. Thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
No problem.
Republic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Prunty. My name is Aaron Nicholson. I'm one of the attorneys for Republic. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, thank you.
Mind if I also call you Dave?
Please.
All right. I want to go through some of your testimony. I believe when you were speaking with Ms. Pappas, you had mentioned that there was a growth spike around the time of COVID. Can you explain that further?
Anecdotally, I believe people were coming to the Flathead to get away from the urban centers. There was talk around town about it. I believe it occurred. I could see it on my roadways along with what occurred. People were camping everywhere. We had motorhomes, places that you wouldn't expect to see a motorhome. There was just more people in the valley. And I think the general consensus was it was people leaving urban areas to escape the concern of COVID.
And I believe your testimony was also that that growth, quote, planed out. Can you describe what you mean by that?
So again, my job, my job is to plan for the landfill, and I have to stay on top of things. Number one, for our liners, that's the biggest issue. If I don't have airspace, this county's got one hell of a problem. So I watch our tonnages closely. I'm mostly interested in annual tonnages, and like I said, we've got to the 163,000, 165 the last couple of years, and we've seemed to have just kind of leveled out right there. Our growth spurts. This is the I've run landfills in California. I had facilities down there for 5 years. Been in the garbage business since 1992. This facility has the largest swings in tonnages that I've ever been associated with. If you go back to the 2008 recession, I had growth at 16% one year. I remember that year we hit the recession. We dropped back down about 33%. When I got here in 2002, we were about 93,000 tons into the landfill. And this facility has more swings like that because of our area. I think people come here, recessions, that absolutely hurt us about 33% in our tonnages that it dropped. We have steadily, obviously, climbed back up. We plan all of our facility on 2% growth curve. When we look at the big picture of the years of tonnage coming in, 2% annual growth is about right. It's the best guess we can do for long-term planning in the facility. But this facility has more swings of these large ups and downs than I've ever seen in any other facility I've run.
And with that projected 2% growth rate, overall, do you think that that is a slow, steady growth rate?
When I was on the private side, we did our budgets around a 2% growth rate. That's average in the industry, unless you're going out and getting more contracts and getting more garbage into your landfill. The company I was with, we wanted to see a 2% growth. That was just normal. If you were going out and chasing garbage and you got more, that was great for your bottom line.
And so what you're looking at is average in the industry going forward based on your projections?
Yeah, well, and we've used history. We've used data all the way back to when scaled data became available. Before I got here, we were weighing garbage. So we have that long-term picture and we can look at that growth and say, yeah, the 2% growth is a good planning horizon for our facility.
And in your role as the Public Works Director for Flathead County, that role does not include analyzing whether the existing authorized Class D roll-off providers, that does not include analysis of whether they're meeting the current public need for roll-off services in the county.
I do nothing with that.
And that your role also doesn't include evaluating the capacity of the existing haulers to provide roll-offs in the county either, correct?
I do not deal with that.
Similarly, your role, it does not include determining whether there's an unmet need for additional roll-off services in the county, correct?
I have nothing to do with that.
And you personally have not conducted any sort of study regarding the current roll-off capacity of the existing haulers, the Class D haulers, correct?
I have not.
And you're not offering any opinion that the existing Class D haulers are unable to meet the existing need in the county, correct?
Correct.
Dave, thank you for your time. I have no further questions at this time, sir.
Thank you, Council. Eleanor.
Hi Dave, I'm Ally Garrett. I represent L&L Site Services. I'll keep it brief.
Okay.
Does the landfill, Flathead County landfill have any limitations on accepting waste from outside the county?
We do. We only accept refuse from inside Flathead County's boundaries.
And what kind of things does the landfill do to try to control that?
Well, it's really difficult to tell you the truth because we have a whole lot of people who are dual homeowners between the counties around us. So, and license plate checking is difficult. Our visitors that come here, we have no way to, we do not prohibit them from going to the container sites or coming into the landfill. But when we get a phone call from, I just took one, excuse me, it wasn't a phone call, it was an email. Yesterday, with Eureka wanting to bring us biosolids from their landfill, and I responded with, I'm sorry, we cannot accept those, that's out of county wastes. So there's how we try to do it.
Thank you, appreciate it. I have no further questions for this one.
I have no question. No. Redirect?
Yeah, I just have one question for maybe you. Dave, your data shows total landfill waste of what, 133,000 tons in 2020, so that would be maybe in the US 82.
133.7.
Okay.
22, yeah.
Yeah, and then your last total for total landfill, I think is depicted on NWS 88. And that's your 2024 number. About 194,000 tons.
Which exhibit, Paul?
I would take a look at NWS 88. I'm looking at the bold language.
Yeah.
It says total calendar year 2024 landfill.
Yeah, that label is incorrect because that's just 2 months of calendar year 26
I see.
and 19,454.
Okay. Okay. So you mentioned, I think, a 90,000 ton year from back in 2008, 2009, somewhere in there.
I'm sorry, say that.
You mentioned a 90,000 ton year.
Yeah, when I got here in 2002, we were about 93,000 tons into the landfill.
Do you agree those days are behind us?
Barring an hugely economic issue, yes, I don't think we'll see those again.
I have nothing further.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Sure.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you, you're permanently excused.
You know, Paul let me run to my truck to get this. That's how important this is for my life. So
Madam Chair, would this be an appropriate time for?
Thanks, Dave.
you bet.
Shall we take a break for 1 minute? So we're off the record. 10:37. We are back in the record. It is 10:47. Mr. Stanley, next witness.
Yeah. NW Services calls Sign Mirror.
Here, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Please state and spell your name.
Cy Mueller, CY, Mueller, MURER,
That where you live.
in Ferndale.
Montana, just south of Bigford.
Yep.
How long have you lived there?
Oh. That's about 6 years now.
You're from the Big Fork area?
I'm
What's your occupation?
a builder,
How long have you been engaged in the building trades?
20 years,
You own your own company?
part of it now.
Have you always? For the 20 year?
Yeah.
What's the name of the company?
Mueller Construction,
Who's the other part of Mirror Construction?
my father.
What sort of construction projects does Mirror Construction do?
Custom homes mainly.
Do you and your father handle more than one custom home at a time?
Yes, we do.
Usually how many on average?
A lot of times two, usually no more than that.
Is that generally in the Flathead County area or the area close in proximity to Big Fork?
Flathead and Lake.
Does Mirror Construction generate waste from construction that needs to be disposed at the Flathead County landfill?
Yes, sir.
Is that where the waste goes from your project?
Yes. Mainly.
Is there another spot it goes?
I think when it was BFI, didn't they haul? It was in Lake County, didn't they haul some to the Lake County landfill?
You're not supposed to ask me questions, but I think the answer is yes. Right, so some of it you thought through BFI went to south. But predominantly does your garbage go to the construction
It's definitely not you.
All right, everybody, we're about ready to begin. Your back on the record is free apologies for our technical problems. I think we're good to go.
Right. Sorry, when we had the impromptu, I was talking to you about your experience with Evergreen or Republic. Have you had an experience working with both of those?
Yes,
Yeah, you had poor experiences with them.
yes.
Explain those instances.
Mostly it's been a timing thing. Usually when I need a can, I need it now. Or tomorrow, and those things are not possible.
And what sort of service have you been provided by Republic or Evergreen?
It takes a while to get a can.
How long's a while, Si?
Generally a week.
So not 3 days.
Yeah, not 3 days.
You're pretty demanding, asking for a can the next day, you think?
You know, when I'm competing with people that do self-haul, yeah, I think that's demanding, but I don't do self-haul.
Have you ever lost a job that you attribute to poor service from Republic?
Yes.
What job was that?
It was several years ago. It was down on the shores of lower West Swan shores. It was in springtime, it was a re-roof job, and I was not able to get a can in time, and when you do re-roofing jobs, it's very weather dependent. And so I didn't get a can in time and I missed the job.
Okay. What was the circumstances of Republic's inability to get you a can? I assume you're talking about a roll-off dumpster.
Yes, roll-off dumpster. They weren't able to get there and do a site evaluation to see about bringing a can down, which they wanted to do in time, and so I would have to pass it on.
Objection to relevance because the location wasn't right now, which is outside of that.
That's a response to that is it's still Republic. It's still the same entity and they've got a Western Montana division. It's the same team. It's Republic.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
I wasn't able to get a can in time because they couldn't come down and do a site evaluation in soon enough time, and the weather wasn't permitting and it went to somebody else.
Did you tell them in advance that the site was adequate to put a can?
Yeah, they didn't care. They wanted somebody to come look at it.
Do you know generally the reputation of Evergreen and Republic amongst contractors in the Flathead in terms of service?
A lot of guys have went to self-haul because they haven't been happy with it.
When you say a lot of guys.
A lot of people I know.
Do you self-haul at Mirror?
No, I don't.
Who do you use now?
We've used Republic the last time.
Has their service been hit or miss? Good, bad, what?
Yeah, it's been hit or miss.
And when you say that, sometimes it's excellent service and sometimes it's not?
No, it's, sometimes I have time to wait for a roll-off dumpster and sometimes I don't. And when I have time to wait for a dumpster, they generally get it there. And I can just pile my trash up and wait till it gets there. I have had several times where I've called them to come empty the can and it's taken a few days.
When you call them, who do you get? Do you get somebody local or would you know?
Several times, no, I wouldn't know, but I don't think it's someone local.
And why do you say that?
Accent. I believe I talked to a gal several years ago that was, I wanna say out of Georgia, maybe? But it was not local.
Like a service center, you thought?
Yeah.
Right. If there were another provider that were allowed into the Flathead County market, Would you try?
Absolutely.
Do you have any feeling for the pricing of Republic since you use them?
It's all expensive, everything's expensive now.
Yeah.
If I had my druthers, I would prefer to keep my money here and use somebody local.
And when you say that, you mean Republic's not local?
They're nationwide as far as I know.
Right, I have nothing further, thank you.
Evergreen.
Thank you, Heather. Hi, I'm Jackie Pappas. I represent Evergreen Disposal. We noted the hearing last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
Would you prefer I call you Cy or Mr. Muir?
Size, just fine.
Okay, Cy, thanks. Mr. Sandry asked you a number of questions where he lumped Evergreen and Republic together, and I just wanna understand what your experience is with Evergreen specifically. And I believe at the last hearing, you testified that you hadn't used Evergreen services in your memory, or if it was, it had been a long time ago. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's been a while, I believe, since we've had an evergreen can.
Okay, so do you know the last time you had an Evergreen can?
It would be like, probably 12 years ago, I did a job in Kalispell.
Okay. So you used Evergreen last 12 years ago?
Yeah.
And you have no knowledge of their service since 12 years ago, correct?
No.
Okay. So how long have you known Mitchell? Hill?
It'll be, probably 35 years.
You're a pretty young guy, is that since you were kids?
Yeah, went to preschool.
Okay. Is that the same for Adam Steve?
No,
Okay, how long have you known Adam?
since you moved to Flathead Valley.
Okay, so you've been friends with Mitchell for most of your life, is that correct? Okay. And you're supporting him because he's your friend?
No, I think it's a great idea to add another trash hauling entity as well.
Why?
Why? Well, for starters, I think it'd be a whole lot easier and faster probably for me to get a roll-off dumpster. I like the idea of dealing with somebody local. And not probably, guaranteeing I'm going to get better customer service and a lot faster.
Okay, but you haven't used Evergreen in 12 years, so you don't know how fast they would be, correct?
No, I can't guarantee how fast they would be.
Okay, and you haven't used Evergreen in 12 years, so you don't know whether or not they have local customer service, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And because you haven't used Evergreen in 12 years, you don't know the quality of their customer service for roll-offs, do you?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. What size container do you typically ask for when you're getting a roll-off?
It depends job to job.
Is there a typical job that you would be looking?
A lot of times it's the largest one, I believe like 30.
Okay, 30 yards or?
Yeah.
Most
I
frequently.
think those are the largest.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, thank you.
For Republic,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, my name is Alexandra Weber, and I am a Public and we represent Republic Services. Is it okay if I'm going to start too? Okay. You previously spoke about a job with a Cleveland council about the 1 year Swan Lake, correct? And that is not in Flathead County, correct?
That's in Lake County.
Are you aware of all the haulers who work in the Big Fork area?
Trash haulers.
Trash haulers, yes.
Well, yeah, I would say so.
Who are they?
I think it's just you guys.
Are you aware that LNL has a permit operating in the Big Fork area? further questions.
Ms. Garrett?
Si, have you ever used L&L Site Services doing business, they do business as Grizzly Disposal and Recycling in the area. Have you ever used them for roll-off services?
No.
And they just got permitted at the beginning of this year, so that might be why you haven't.
Okay.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I have your questions, Ms. Owen? No, no questions, redirect?
None.
Right, thank you. May this witness be permanently excused?
Certainly.
Any objections? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, NW Services calls Logan Koloduchek.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Please spell, state and spell your name.
Logan Kolodechuk, Logan Logan, Kolodechuk, Kolodejchuk.
Logan, where do you live?
Council.
You a lifelong Flathead County resident?
Yes, sir.
Married?
Yes.
Have 2 children?
Yep.
One new one? What do you do for a living?
I'm a general contractor,
Who do you work with?
Swank Enterprises.
Swank Enterprises from Valier?
Yep.
How long have you been with Swank?
6 years.
What's the scope of your role with Swank Construction?
I'm a superintendent.
What does the superintendent do?
I'm a job site superintendent, so I oversee the progress and construction of a site-specific project, typically a civil or a commercial and civil.
I believe Swank did the improvements at the airport, correct?
Yep.
And were you on that job?
Yes, sir.
Are you done with that job?
I am no longer on that job. We are still finishing up a few things over there, but yes.
In the course of your employment with Swank, do you utilize either Republic or Evergreen for roll-off services to dispose of construction debris?
Yes, sir.
You use both of them?
Evergreen Disposal is who I've used just because I've been here.
You recall talking with me on the phone the other day about your appearance here?
Mm-hmm.
You recall telling me that Swank had a good relationship with Evergreen.
Yeah.
Okay. Has Evergreen ever had problems in delivering service to Swank and specifically to your jobs?
Yeah, I've had, delays as far as getting a dumpster tipped and returned. Typically I would say they've mended that by possibly bringing us a second dumpster sometimes, but a lot of times it's hard to get a tip and return or get a dumpster as the job starts.
Do you call for the dumpsters? And you talk to Lisa? Yeah. And you and Lisa have a good phone relationship, I assume. You said, I think in our conversation, tell me if this is accurate, that there's been occasions when all the cans were out?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it definitely seemed like, hey, if we couldn't get this one tipped and returned, we might need another one. There was I guess a shortage of cans during the peak construction season, which is a lot going on here in the valley, so I can see that happen.
Does Swank ever use Republic? You're not?
Yeah, sure.
What's Swank's experience in terms of customer service with Republic?
I guess I can really speak on behalf of them. I've really only used Evergreen personally. You
talk to other contractors in Flathead Valley community about the customer service of Evergreen and Republic?
Mhm.
What's the reputation of Evergreen and Republic in terms?
Hearsay
Go
and
ahead.
improper character evidence. There is a hearsay exception, but you still have to meet the threshold of character evidence for civil matters, which is generally excluded.
Right, so this is character evidence which is excluded from hearsay pursuant to 803.21 and pursuant to rule 404. This evidence comes in because the character, customer service of both Evergreen and Republic, and I suppose L&L, although it is an issue. It's the only way to prove lackluster performance for Republic and Evergreen is to show this reputation evidence, and it's allowed by the rule.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead, please.
Logan, let me help you out. The question was going to be, after you acknowledge talking to other contractors about the reputation of Evergreen and Republic as to their service. The question was, what is the consensus in the Flathead County contracting community about the level of service that's provided by Evergreen and Republic?
I would say, overall, some frustration as far as getting, services, getting roll-off cans, mainly, to, like it starts of jobs or something, if something comes up quick. So it's tougher, say, maybe even smaller companies to get a can there immediately, so.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Logan.
Cross-examination, Evergreen?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jackie Pappas. I represent Evergreen Disposal. Would you like, I will have trouble with your last name. It's
That's
good.
fine.
I call you
Call me
Logan.
Logan.
Thank you, Logan. I appreciate it. You talked about your familiarity with Evergreen, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was based on your experience at the airport job?
Yeah, and just working here in the valley, for Swank in general.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sandry asked you, your relationship with Evergreen. You said you have a good relationship with Evergreen?
Yeah, I think we have a good relationship.
Okay. And, Mr. Sandry, you mentioned Lisa. Who's Lisa?
She's the gal who answers the phone when you call for a tip and return.
Okay, the person with Evergreen? who
Yeah.
you call?
Mhm.
Okay. And, is Lisa helpful?
Mhm.
Okay. Now that airport job that you have, when did that job start?
2019,
Okay,
I think 2018 was pre-construction.
and, it's ongoing or is it done?
It's still ongoing. There's some finished work happening as we speak.
Okay. And have you got containers from Evergreen out there from 2019 on?
Yeah,
And are you the main person, for that entire period?
no, so it's been through quite a few different supers over the years. I was there for a 2.5 year stretch.
Okay,
But I'm no longer there. I'm at a different project now.
okay. So what was the period of time you were involved in that airport project?
I would have been there from 22. Yeah, 2022 to 3, 4. 25, I guess, maybe it was more like 3 years. 22 to 25.
Okay. And when you say you left in 25, that job is at the beginning of the year or the end of the year?
It would have been June of 25.
Okay, so you haven't been on that job for about a year.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. And at that job, well, let me back up. So when you got to that job, there was already a container on site. Is that
Correct.
fair? Because it'd been an ongoing project.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your job was to handle the disposal and exchange of an existing container, is that
Mhm.
correct? Okay,
Yeah, we had 3 containers there, just because it's such a large project. It generates a lot of debris, so.
okay, and were those containers on a schedule for pickup or were
Mhm.
they on an on-call?
They were on schedule.
Okay, and so did Evergreen come pick them up daily, weekly, monthly, do you know?
Weekly,
Weekly, so about 4 times a month?
probably more, honestly, maybe like bi-weekly or like twice a week.
Okay, so each of those containers got picked up 2 times a week, all year round?
Yeah, for quite a while, yeah.
Okay, like you're generating a lot of waste over there.
Yeah,
Okay, are those special containers?
yes, ma'am, they had to have lids on for they call it pod, foreign object debris out there, so nothing can get blown across the tarmac.
Probably important, you don't have something blowing into an airport, or
Yes.
airplane engine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was Evergreen able to supply you with the container, the type of containers you needed?
Yes, yeah, it took a little while to get another, a third one with a lid on it, but, yeah, we'd had 2 there for quite a while before we got the.
Okay, so you had 2 containers, you discovered it wasn't enough, so you asked to add a 3rd container,
Correct, yeah,
and they did that?
yeah, it took a while, and then we actually had a 4th one, but we were able to put it in a different location where we didn't have to worry about, debris blowing out of it.
Okay, so when you came onto the job, there's 2 containers, you decide that you need a 3rd one, correct? And, you said it took a while, what's a while?
Probably a week,
A week to get that one, okay?
it was in needed repairs or something.
And when did you add that 3rd container?
Timeline wise, I honestly don't. 24, maybe?
Okay. Not 2025, not last year,
No.
okay, so sometime before 2025.
Mhm.
Okay, and then when you needed to add a 4th container, how long did it take to get that delivered?
That one was quick, cause it didn't have a lid to it, so.
Okay,
And typically, I mean, Evergreen, like I said, has a good relationship with Swing, so they treat us really good, so.
okay. And so you said you had issues with getting tips and returns, but these are on schedule.
Those, correct, yes. At the airports, it was a different animal. You know, like I could say at the job that I'm on currently, it doesn't generate as much trash, so it's more of a call basis. Versus where at the airport, there was so much trash getting generated that no matter what, they had to get done weekly, so there wasn't any issue there as far as. Dumping it, it was more getting another container there or, like I said, a different job where it gets tipped and returned as a.
These are you, you're over this.
We can all speak up. Well, this, yard labels is going on here.
Sorry about that.
This one,
Okay, so just focusing on the airport job that you were on, your only issue that you had there was that it took a week to get a 3rd container at some point prior to 25.
Mhm.
And all of the pickups were done correctly and fine to the schedule.
yeah,
Okay, great. Have I missed anything on the airport job?
Mm.
Okay. And then you said on the current job, it's different. Can you tell me what the current job is you're referring to?
it's a apartment complex for Emmanuel Lutheran out there. And that's, doesn't generate as much, debris, construction debris, so, just call as it starts to get full to get it done, so it's not on the schedule.
Okay, and you said it's an apartment complex for Emmanuel Lutheran. Do you know what street that's on or any address you could give?
45 Paramount Street.
Okay. And so unlike the airport job, you have one roll off here or do you have multiple roll off?
Just one, yeah.
Just one, okay. And have you been on this job at Claremont since inception?
June of last year.
Okay, so you moved from the airport over here?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that when the job started?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so did you call for the original container?
Actually, I did not call for the original container. Our office set it up. for
Okay.
us.
Okay, so you didn't make that call. And do you know if you call or you email or How you typically?
Typically just call.
Okay, do you like calling?
Yeah.
Okay, is it convenient?
Mhm.
Okay. Does it work for your business to make a call when you need a tip?
Yeah,
Is it hard to get a hold of Evergreen when you call?
no,
Okay. Do you typically get an answer or do you leave a message?
I typically get an answer.
Okay. And when you make a call for a tip, are you typically talking to Lisa?
Mhm.
Okay. And does Lisa tell you when she can get to that container?
Yeah, so I'll just say like, hey, like get a tip and return on our dumpster here, it's full or something, and then she'll either say we can get it to you. X, Y, Z, you know, today, tomorrow,
Okay,
a couple days from now, something like that.
and she'll give you the timeline on that call?
Mhm.
Have you ever said to her, gosh, I could use it sooner?
Mhm.
What's the response you've gotten?
Like I said, we have a pretty good relationship, so they typically I would say put us towards the front line and take care of us. But I'm sorry, what was it the longest it's taken?
No, have you asked Lisa if you can get it?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
sooner? Yes,
Yeah.
and what's her response been?
She typically says I'll just see what.
Okay,
Or that's all or we can.
and sometimes she can move you faster if you say you need it faster?
Yep,
Okay, does that happen somewhat often?
yeah, pretty often, yeah.
Okay. And that current container, if you wanted to put it on a schedule, could you put it on a schedule?
You could, yeah.
Okay, is that a 30-yard container or what
Mhm.
size is that? And would Lisa be okay to work with on putting on a schedule, do you believe?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you said that there's issues with getting tips and returns on this job, what have been the issues?
Just time.
Okay.
You know, sometimes they're busy, can't get dumped in return for a while.
Okay, and
And
how long
like
is
that job itself is very small, there's no room, so we don't really have anywhere to live with that extra trash. So it's kind of tight.
Okay, and so when you say a while, how long is a while?
Like 3 days, probably.
Okay. And so is 3 days in your view is taking too long?
Yeah,
Is
so,
that-
you
is
know,
that-
sometimes it's like, oh, shoot, you know, it's hard to gauge, like the dumpster could be empty. And then all of a sudden the guys dump all the trash bins in the building and it's overflowing, and you're like, okay, call, hey, we need to get this dumped, and there's still dumpsters to be dumped and makes a mess, and so, yeah, it's hard to gauge sometimes, you know what I mean, or then sometimes the dumpsters aren't full and it's. That's. Sure.
Do you try to call before the dumpster's full if you can?
Yeah.
Is 3 days the average time for a tip and return?
Sometimes it's faster. But yeah, I guess probably.
Okay, have you had some service next day
Yeah.
and some service within 2 days?
Mhm.
Okay, what would be the average time for?
2 days probably.
Okay. Do you know where Lisa's based?
I don't.
Okay. And I used a phrase in this just to clarify, when I said tip and return, is Evergreen taking the container and then bringing a new one in, or are they bringing in empty when they take it?
They take the full one, dump it, and then return it.
Okay, and is that because of the size constraints? You couldn't get 2 containers in there?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes they'll bring an empty one with them. Drop it on the road, grab move the full one, drop the empty one, pick the full one back up. It just depends. I don't know what that.
And at that job, do you typically order the swaps? Okay. Did you order one on last Friday?
I did not. That would have been our project engineer Will.
Okay, do you know if one was ordered last Friday?
I did. I've been gone for 2 weeks. I just had to. My wife just had to.
In either case, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
And what is his name?
Will.
Will, okay. And so you don't know if that container was serviced yesterday? You haven't been on the.
Oh, yes, it was service yesterday, sorry, I was there yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, and if Evergreen's data says their bookkeeping says that a swap was ordered on Friday and serviced yesterday. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No,
And that's one business day, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is that good service?
Yeah.
Okay. So that there were occasions when it seems like all the Evergreen's cans are out. Do you recall that testimony?
yes,
Do you have knowledge that Evergreen was using full capacity?
no, I don't, I just said that because it was hard to get a can at the time,
When was that?
would have been like 24 probably.
Okay, was that on a different job site than either of the ones we've been talking about?
That would have been, yeah, that would have been at the airport. We started the second phase of it.
Okay, and so that's in relation to the week it took you to get a third bear-proof
Correct.
container?
Yeah,
Okay, and that's your only basis for saying it seems like they were out of cans?
yeah, and I just talked to them, so.
Okay. And so when you say that it seems like they were out of cans, that was based on the fact that it took a week to get your third bear-proof container?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And when you said it seemed like they had a shortage during peak, was that again based on the week it took to get a third bear-proof container?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So I just wanna summarize here, when you get a call on your current job, you call Lisa, and you know you're gonna talk to Lisa. Correct, and she handles everything for you.
Yep,
And you've not had any issues with her personally.
no,
Does Lisa give good customer service?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she responsive to your, if you say you need something faster, does she try to work with you?
Yep.
I have nothing for everything.
Public.
Chair. My name's Alexander Weber and I work at Raleigh Black. I'm one of the attorneys.
You'll have to talk louder.
Do you mind if I call you Logan as well?
yeah,
Okay. Congrats as well on the new baby. I hope you're getting some sleep.
yeah, thank you.
You spoke with Mr. Sandry earlier and you mentioned that you cannot speak personally to Republic Service, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's because you have not called for a roll-off container to Republic, correct?
Yes, yep.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel for L&L.
Thank you. Logan, my name is Allie Garib. I represent L&L Site Services doing business as Grizzly Disposal and Recycling. Have you ever used Grizzly Disposal and Recycling for roll-offs?
I have not.
I have no further questions.
I have no questions or comments? No. Sandra, redirect?
I have no redirect and would ask that he be permanently excused.
Any objections? Thank you, Logan, you're permanent.
W Services calls Chris Becker.
Record, the testimony you're about to give is the truth. Nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Chris Becker, CHRISBECKER.
Where do you live, Chris?
I live in Whitefish
Right. How long have you lived in Whitefish?
for this will be year 18 in a month.
Chris, what do you do?
I'm a general contractor
How long have you been engaged in that sort of work?
for 18 years since the day I came here.
Who are you currently affiliated with?
I'm with Build Pack Construction.
That your construction company?
It's mine and two others.
And when was Build Pack Construction formed?
2 years ago, July 17th. Well, whatever that means, year and 10 months, July 17th.
Right? Somewhere there. Who are the other two principals of Build Pack?
Travis York and Adam Becker
Adam's a relative of yours.
is my brother.
Okay. What kind of jobs does Build Pack do?
Doing commercial work, like we're just working on Coleman Motors right now, and we're did Frito-Lay and Kubota Tractors new facility and the new Blue Cow, and we're doing a car wash in Columbia Falls, and we're just about to break ground on a giant 46,000 square foot steel building project for somebody I cannot say the name at right now.
Yeah. So the Blue Cow, is that the one in Evergreen?
Yes, Blue Cow.
The car wash?
Yes.
Prior to forming and working with Build Pack, who did you work with?
A company called RPC.
And what's that?
It's a general contracting company.
Is that Roger Porch's company?
It is.
Is he still active?
I'm not sure.
You left there in 2024?
July 17th, 2024.
And what kind of jobs did Porch Construction do?
Mid commercial and custom homes.
So when you say you've been building for 18 years, were the first 16 with Porch?
Yes.
And most of those jobs have been in Flathead County?
Correct, except for one was down in Polson.
During the course of your construction activities, have you had occasion to work with either Republic or Evergreen for disposal of construction waste?
Both.
Tell me about the customer service of Republic.
My biggest complaint was timelines and people coming to pick stuff up and not talking to superintendents or just leaving because everything wasn't perfect. If something was over the top of the bin or there might have been something in the way right when they got there to put the dumpster down and they don't leave it there. So just things like that. My own home, I do waste and recycling, and many times the same thing. They just leave it or drive by it. If something isn't perfect or if it is not perfect, they charge me more. The recycling thing is probably the worst out of all of it. They just nonstop didn't pick it up. So it just got really annoying. We do not do the recycling anymore because of that reason.
Right, on the construction end, the roll-off service from Republic, I think that part of your comment was directed at that.
Yes.
Yeah, you characterize Republic service as poor. Okay. How about their pricing? You have a feel for that?
Yes, their pricing a lot of times, if we had to have, projects that were a year plus, even if they were 6 months, the pricing of it, could make us, like anything, lose bids, the more money we have to pack into bids and stuff. It's just, we couldn't afford to do them. We were a smaller outfit, and just the more money everything costs, the projects can be lost because of that reason.
How's your experience been with Evergreen?
Relatively the same.
Yeah, timeliness on getting roll-offs?
Correct.
Okay, and same issues with the dumping?
Yes.
When you say that something wasn't perfect, like something was hanging out the top of what you guys call cans, and the driver's unwilling to go out and get something level or secure it to take it away?
Or tell us, just, hey, it's over the top, you wanna smash it down, or else we're not taking it, just a mention of something would help. Guys that are constantly just throwing stuff in there, not paying attention. So it happens, guys just knows they don't leave the thing or.
Did that ever happen while there were workers on site?
Correct.
They just come and look and leave
Yes.
without servicing the dumpster?
Correct.
Did our Porch Construction ever self-haul its waste?
Yes.
Okay, and was that an activity that was commenced in relation to sentiments regarding the service of Evergreen and or Republic?
For exactly those reasons.
Um, Does your current company self-haul?
Yes, we bought 3 bins, roll-off bins out of Texas, and we self-haul everything.
Okay.
We have never used Republic or Evergreen since starting our own company.
Okay.
For all the previous reasons in the past.
So how are the bins hauled? The 3 you bought from Texas?
We bought new trucks, bought new bins and trailer and haul them ourselves, the 3 owners, nobody else gets to haul them but us.
And the trucks and trailers, I assume, came at a great expense,
Yes,
but you thought it was worth it, so you didn't have to deal with Republic or Evergreen?
correct.
If there was someone else that entered the market, that was offering roll-off service, and you thought you might get better service, would you use them?
Yes.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think there can be enough of them with the amount of construction that goes on in this valley and timelines people need stuff and as I heard earlier, sometimes it isn't empty and then 5 minutes later it is full and you know, a daily thing is a big ask, but it's needed and so maybe, you know, 1 day max, but 3 days is not, that doesn't work, you know.
Are you aware of other contractors that, have sentiments similar to yours as to Republic and Evergreen's, service?
Yes, I've heard the same complaints from other, you know, people in the industry around the valley multiple times, many times.
Right, I have nothing further.
Evergreen?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Debbie Pappas. I represent Evergreen. Would you prefer I call you Chris or Mr. Becker?
This is just fun.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So your testimony to Mr. Sandry, I just want to make sure I'm correct, is that you have self-hauled for years.
The last year and 10 months or July 17th of 2026 minus July 17th of 2024, yes, we've self-hauled everything.
Okay, so since July of 24, you've self-hauled.
Yes,
No experience with Evergreen in that time?
I honestly refuse to use either because of the issues I've had in the past and at my own home. Not that Evergreen does whitefish, but I don't use either one for the reasons for my 16 years in the past.
Okay, when you say experiences at your home, you're not talking about Evergreen services in any way, right?
Correct.
Okay. When was the last time you were on a job site that used roll-off containers provided by Evergreen?
2023, I guess.
Okay. And so no experience with Evergreen after 2023?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 3 years ago now?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what that job site was?
It was a remodeled apartment complex
Where was it?
down by Nico Charlie's.
I'm not super familiar with the Kalispell area. Can you tell me that, or,
It was in 2024. Try to think, but it's flying by in 2 years. It's down by, on the highway LaSalle, Highway 2, down by the river crosses.
and what was the area you referenced that it was close to?
Place called Nickel Charlie's.
Nickel
It's
Charlie's?
a night rack store.
Okay. Is Nickel Charlie's still there?
It is
Okay.
delicious.
Should I go there for lunch?
I would.
Okay, so in around 23, you used Evergreen for this apartment job site at Nickel Charlie's, correct?
Yes.
And who were you,
Like I said, 23, 24, it might have been right at the end of the beginning. I can't, honestly, it's like that middle of winter.
okay. And who were you working for at that time?
RPC.
RPC. And was RPC the general on that job?
Yes.
Okay. And does RPC stand for something, or is that the formal company name?
That's from company name.
Okay, great. And were you the person that made calls for roll-off containers at RPC?
No, not that job, no.
No, okay. Do you know who did?
No, I do not.
So you don't have any experience
I do
Based on
personally
this-
for every other job but that job.
on this job, you don't have any personal experience with calling for service to Republic?
No.
Okay, and I do a horrible job about talking over people too, but if Lisa will be happier with both of us if you wait for me to get done
Perfect.
with the question. And so at this job, that you didn't make any personal calls for service, correct? Did you have issues with Evergreen services?
You just asked me before that, when's the last time we used
Yes.
them, and that's why I said that, and I have no relation with that whole project doing that, so I would not have that,
Okay, so you have no knowledge of any issues with Evergreen at this job?
no.
Okay. When is the last time that you used Evergreen where you were personally involved with making calls for service or the use of queue service?
Like I said, I've been doing this for 16 years for one and 2 years for the other, and have not used you guys in 2 years for myself. The 16 years before that, I've done so many jobs around this valley, I could not tell you that and feel comfortable that I'm honestly telling the truth.
Okay, and that's fair. We're trying to
Yeah.
get testimony here that it is the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
And so I'm just trying to get specifics. You can't recall when you personally last used Evergreen as part of RPC or any predecessor companies?
Correct,
Okay. But we know it's prior to 2023.
correct.
And you have no experience with Evergreen since whenever that was prior to 2023.
Correct.
Okay. And the job in 2023, the last one you recall that your company used Evergreen, you have no knowledge of any issues with Evergreen at that job?
I have not talked to them,
Not talked to Evergreen?
to the other company.
It-
2024, that's why I said, it was like end of 2024.
Okay.
They were on that, I have not talked to them since 2024.
Okay, when did you talk to Evergreen in 2024?
I said their job, your guys' stuff was on that job,
Okay,
it was not my job.
okay, I'm just trying to make sure I get your testimony, and it's probably just me being real dense here.
Sure.
So did you personally speak to Evergreen in 2024?
No.
Okay. And you don't recall the last time you made a request for service to Evergreen or personally interacted with Evergreen?
Like I said, without having my stuff in front of me, my old works computer, I would not be able to tell you that.
Okay, and so your testimony with Mr. Sandry about Evergreen not being timely on roll-offs and not being timely for pickups, that's all issues that happened at least before 2024 or 2023, correct? Okay. And do you have any knowledge of Evergreen's service personally in the last 2 years?
Not on my personal home. I have not used you guys in 2 years, and I have not used public service in 2 years.
You haven't tried to get service from Evergreen in the last 2 years? Nothing proven, thank you.
Thank you.
The public cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Becker. My name is Aaron Nicholson. I'm an attorney representing Republic Services. Do you mind if I call you Chris?
That's fine.
All right, thank you, Chris. Chris, so just to clarify, since starting your own company, Build Pact, in July of 2024, Build Pact has not ordered any roll-offs from Republic, correct?
Correct, and will not.
And prior to starting your own business with, it sounds like your brother and another partner of yours, you worked for, was it RPC?
Yes.
And when you worked for RPC, when was the last time that you, as a representative of RPC, requested roll-offs from Republic for a job in Flathead County?
They said I have nothing to do with them, and I don't have my stuff in front of me. If I was supposed to be prepared for that, they have nothing to do with me. I do not have that with me.
So you don't know that information as you stay here today?
Not off the top of my head, no. Without lying in front of all you, I could not give you a date. You guys have all your books and computers and everything. I don't have that.
You currently have residential garbage service from Republic, sir?
I do.
And is that residential garbage service picked up weekly?
Most of the time, yes.
And you also have recycling service through Republic?
Not anymore. Not for at least 3 years though.
when was the last time you had any interaction with, speaking with a representative from Republic Services?
Every time they don't pick up my garbage for some, whatever holidays they get off, if they don't pick it up, if the guy drives past me, if there's something too much in there, I constantly have to call them to request what the hell's going on.
And would this be for your residential services?
Those are, yes.
You had talked about a couple different issues, about garbage not being picked up from roll-off containers due to, it seems like two separate types of issues. One was when there would be garbage hanging out the top of the can, and the second one is when there was objects blocking the can. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so in those instances, when there was construction waste and debris hanging out of the can, in your experience, those cans were not picked up?
Correct.
And in your experience, when there was objects blocking the cans, those cans would not have been picked up either?
Same thing, like came and did the site evaluation, if somebody pulled their truck in there and was blocking where the site evaluation was said to have the can dropped, they would not drop the can.
In your experience, were there any instances where a Republic driver would speak with you or other representatives of RPC to discuss moving the objects in front of the can so that they could pick it up?
Rarely, and the ones we did have personally, they were not very pleasant matters. The drivers are not the most happy people that I've, same thing at my home.
What about instances of when there was construction waste and debris hanging out the top of the can? Were there instances when you spoke or representatives of RPC spoke with the driver to see if there could be, something that could be done to tamp down the garbage?
99% of the time they would have already left, and so we could not, so then we call in to ask what happened, and the driver had already told them that it was over top the can, which 100% it probably was, but if somebody just asked us to do something about it, we could have done something about it instead of leaving.
Ultimately, those canisters were picked up though, correct?
Eventually, yes.
Chris, thank you for your time. I have nothing further, sir.
Thank you.
Council for L&L? Thank you.
Chris, my name is Ally Guerra. I represent L&L Site Services, Grizzly Disposal and Recycling. Have you ever used L&L or Grizzly Disposal?
I'm not.
I have no other questions.
I have no questions for us.
No.
Redirect?
No redirect, and requested the witness be excused.
Thank you.
Objections?
No objection.
Okay, witness is permanently excused. Now we take lunch break, or do we have another witness?
I can put another witness on.
It's fine.
NW Services calls for witness Herbert.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your name.
Seamus Herbert, Seamus spelled CHAEMOUS, and Herbert HERBERT.
Seamus, where do you live?
Columbia Falls,
How long have you lived there?
35 years.
Seamus, what do you do?
I got various different companies, excavation, which is Columbia Property Services. We do excavation and concrete underneath that name. And then also dump trucks and side dumps and belly dumps and everything like that too. Then we also own TNC storage in Columbia Falls. And then we also have TNC rentals, which is VRBOs. We have 5 of those in Columbia Falls. And then right now we're building a car wash in Columbia Falls right now also.
During the course of your various occupations or business operations, Have you used Republic or Evergreen for roll-off services?
Republic, no, I've not used them for convenience services. Evergreen's who I've always dealt with or called.
And what sort of debris are you disposing with Evergreen's roll-off?
So we tore down a Eagle Bend golf course. The last time I was able to get a bin from them in Big Fork.
When you tore the golf club down and burned?
It caught on fire, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you had problems with Evergreen disposal on the roll-off service?
The biggest thing is delays. It's hard to always judge on how full you're gonna fill that can up. And then usually they, which I understand, but it's 24 to 48 hours before they notice heads up on getting filled up. And the problem is you're stacking the trash beside the trash can. Cause it's full and it's full on the ground then.
So it's a responsive issue, responsiveness?
Yes.
How would you rate Evergreen's service?
Fair, I mean, I understand this is busyness. There's a lot of moving parts across the valley.
Have you ever had occasion to call Evergreen for either a disposal of what's in the dumpster or a dumpster itself, and they didn't get back to you, or?
We just opened up a new shop up in Clay Falls for my company to run out of, and then I've got renters there too. So we called for a dumpster for their keep on site for full time. Clean out trucks and then also house waste and shop waste. When I called for it, they said, we don't think we have one available, and I could have my size completely wrong on this, but it's like a 6x6 dumpster. They said they'll have to get back to me at the end of the day or the next day and let me know if they can have one to me. They got back to me before 5 o'clock that day. I called at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then it took about Monday. They had to me by that Thursday or Friday. Then by the time I got there, and when it showed up, it looked like it was something that was drugged down the highway. I mean, nasty inside of it, old, was not clean and nice when it showed up.
So it showed up about a week after your initial inquiry?
The same week. So if I called on Monday, I was there for that Friday.
Okay.
But it took them all day to get back to me on just to find one to get to me.
And you say you've never had any experience with Republic?
No, sir. I've not.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Agree, would you like to cross or take a lunch break?
It is noon. We can take a lunch break if you'd like. I know Ally was anxious. If you don't mind. Or we can finish with this witness. Whatever the hearing examiner at the first.
Why don't we go ahead and finish then?
Okay, I don't think I'll take too long. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jackie Pappas. I represent Evergreen Disposal.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Is it okay if I call you Seamus, or would you prefer Mr. Herbert?
Cheers.
Okay. Seamus, you are based out of Columbia Falls. It looks like most of your business is up there.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does Columbia Falls have any special requirements for waste containers, you know?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, so.
Okay, you're not aware of whether they require better safe containers?
I know some neighborhoods do, but as a general thing, no, they do.
Okay,
Because I do have your guys' service at my house also. And then also that, then that other one is off of, 4th Street.
and you talked with Mr. Sandry about two issues that I just wanna make sure I understand, okay? You talked about calling for, I think you said a 6x6 container at your shop in Columbia Falls, correct?
Yes.
And that 6x6 container, that's not a roll-off, is it?
Nope, it is not a roll-off.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with Evergreen's roll-off business, correct?
Nope, but I actually have called here recently for a roll-off. And there's, we are building a car wash in Corner Falls, like I was telling you guys. Over off of 330 Metal Lake Boulevard. And this weekend, we actually start installation. And I actually called for, see if anybody had a 30-yarder, and they are not available as of right
Okay, and when did you make that call?
That was actually today, because we're doing installation this weekend. And
Okay.
we're doing the roof installation and the wall installations.
Okay, so you called to ask for a 30-yard container today?
Yes,
Who
I
did
have.
you speak to?
I don't remember the name, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Did you call or did you email?
Oh, I have not, got emails.
Okay, you like phone calls?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
And they said you guys have been really responsible on the calls too then.
okay,
Thanks, I'm terrible about checking the emails back, so.
okay. When you call Evergreen, do you typically get a person?
I
Do you know where that person's located?
do not,
Okay. But they're responsive to you?
yes.
Okay, and so you called today and you were told you couldn't get a container for,
They don't have a 30-yarder available.
okay, did they tell you when they deliver one?
They have no idea. They said I have to get the paperwork filled out for that site. And then they get back to me at a later date when they can find one for me, but it would not be by this.
Okay. But you haven't filled out the paperwork to even get the container yet?
No, no.
Okay, so you just called to see how far out they
Yep.
were? Okay. Okay. So the other issue you talked about with Mr. Sandry was a golf course?
Yep.
In Big Fork?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a fire and you had to do some sort of tear down?
So we tore down the building, yes.
Okay.
On there, yeah.
And when was that?
I don't have my dates messed up, so somewhere around 21, probably 22.
Okay, so
So it's been a minute since I've had to roll off with you guys.
Okay. we're talking about 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, so it's been a minute.
Okay, and
And
you
now to
said,
this day, I do most of my own self-haul off, so now.
okay,
Just because of timing and just getting stuff done.
okay, and you have your own containers or dump
I
trucks?
just have dump trailers, but then we also have the dump trucks, and we also have the side dumps with tarps also.
And those are containers you use as part of your excavating business?
So if we do tear downs, like we actually tore down, did the remodel on Kubota. And then we use the side dump instead on that because of how much traffic we're making. So to have someone come and keep on dumping the dumpster
Okay,
nonstop every day would be too cost effective. So,
okay. So you're saying on that tear down, you were cycling somebody back and forth all day?
we're doing a load a day with the side dump,
Okay,
and it is not cost effective without a dumpster.
okay. It was more cost effective for you to haul it yourself?
Yep.
And that works for you?
Yep, that situation is.
Okay, and so you said there were issues with delays with Evergreen at this golf course job in 2021 or 2022. And I believe you said 24 to 48 hours. Is that how long, was that 24 to 48 hours a reference for how long it would take to get a container?
Just giving them a heads up, if I call them and say, hey, I need a dump, we got filled up way faster than the debris than I thought it would. It could be 24 to 48 hours, not knowing exactly when, definitely not the same day service.
Okay, but they would respond to you within 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
With a service?
Yep.
Okay, 1 to 2 days?
Yeah, well, 1 to 2 days usually how on this stuff. So that's the only issue I ran into that had a lot of insulation
Mhm.
in that project. So trying to keep insulation from blowing around was my biggest problem I ran into
Oh, sure.
with that job.
Did you ask for a lidded container?
I did not.
Okay, do you know if they could have provided a lidded
I
container?
don't actually, I can tell you that, they actually had one back then.
Okay,
But I can't tell you if they did it, so.
okay, you never reached out to ask if they could help you solve your insulation problem?
No,
Okay,
no,
and could you have ordered a second container if you?
we
needed
had
faster?
2 containers there actually, I was filling them up faster, so.
Okay,
And then, but, could we got a third one? I don't know at the time, actually, that, so we were thinking that 2 would be fine,
okay,
but we're kind of filling faster than that.
okay, you made the decision to stay with 2.
Yes, because they said that we'd be there tomorrow, within within the 24 to 48 hours to start dumping them, so that we just had to take all the debris, put on top of the loose debris
Okay.
until they got dumped.
Okay, and when Evergreen serviced you at that job, I know this is a number of years back. so
Yeah.
If you don't remember, that's okay. Would they typically bring an empty to you and take the full? or
No,
was it a turnaround?
they would turn around
Okay.
on it, so but, the problem that I was seeing run into that kind of stuff is by the time you brought it back, we're already filling it back up halfway with the stuff,
Okay.
so. But yeah, you got one truck that turn around, grab that one, take it, same truck, grab that one, take it.
Okay.
it's a half a day process just on 2 containers from Dayport to the
Sure.
landfill.
And that's because of the distance to the
Yeah.
landfill fair?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
not because the driver was off on a lollygag.
Sorry, tell me how many cups of coffee you got that day.
I don't think I have anything further for you, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Any Cross Republic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no questions for this witness.
Any Cross LNL?
Seamus, my name's Ally Garib, I represent LML Site Services and
Nice to meet you.
Grizzly Disposal. Nice to meet you as well. I also love lunch, in case you didn't know that. Have you ever used LML Site Services or Grizzly Disposal?
No, I have not. I've never even heard of them either, so.
Okay, perfect, great. I have no further questions for this witness.
I have no questions, Tony? No. Redirect?
I have no questions and request the witness be excused.
Any objections?
No,
Thank you, your permit is excused.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll take lunch break.
thank you.
So why don't we come back, will an hour work for everyone?
I know what Ally was concerned with drive time, do you just want to start at 1:30? Blaming Ally.
Will probably be better.
All right, let's reconvene at 1:30 then, for off the record. Back on the record. It is 1:32. Mr. Sandy, would you like to call your next witness?
NW Services calls Bill Goldberg, and he is appearing via Zoom. It looks like he's on.
Correct.
Mr. Goldberg, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, could we have just a 2-minute pause so that I can get the Zoom pulled up so I can see the witness?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Goldberg, could you hear that? We're just taking a brief pause here.
Yes.
Of course, it kicked me off the internet, sorry.
Things good? All right. Mr. Goldberg, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name.
Bill Goldberg.
Hey, Bill, Paul Sandry here, with the Johnson Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of NW Services. Got a couple of questions for you. You're in Big Sky now or Bozeman?
I was in Big Sky this morning and just got back to Bozeman about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, good timing. Where do you reside?
Kalispell.
Okay. Been in Kalispell for quite a period of time?
I moved to Kalispell in 2020, but I grew up in Whitefish. I've lived in Montana since 1990. Moved up here when I was 6.
What do you do, Bill?
I own Compass Construction, general contracting company.
And what does Compass do in terms of construction?
Primarily now we're mostly focused on larger multifamily projects and commercial across the state, and we've got projects in Idaho and Wyoming as well, but primarily in Montana.
Okay. And so you made a reference to before, say 5 years ago, what was Compass Construction doing?
I would say the same type of projects. The scale's just gotten larger, and then we were shifting. I built 9 buildings downtown Whitefish, a lot of mixed use and condo projects. It's just the scale of the projects has gotten quite a bit larger.
During the course of the business operations for Compass Construction, have you had occasion to use roll-off disposal services provided by either Evergreen or Republic?
Yes.
Okay. By both?
I talked to my PMs today. I'm not in the field as much, but my recollection is more tied with, I think originally way back, we were using Evergreen first, and then we were shifting to attempt to use Republic. And I'm not trying to be too blunt. It just, the inconsistency really drove us pretty quickly to having to pivot to taking care of it ourselves via trucks and dump trailers, which what we still do today, unfortunately.
All right, so let's go before the pivot. What sort of problems were you having with Evergreen and Republic in terms of the roll-off service?
The feedback that I was getting from my guys was
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know what problems your organization, I'm sorry, we should address the objection.
Give a response.
Huh?
Give a response.
I think he's probably right.
Okay.
Do you know what problems you were having with Republic and Evergreen?
coordination of drop-offs and pickups.
Okay, and what about the coordination? Was it delayed?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get an answer if we need a full box picked up on Tuesday and they say we can't commit till Thursday. Like it doesn't work for us when we have a whole crew there scrapping out a job, that if we don't have the ability to have another box there, an empty box, or we have to wait. I'm not saying it was every time, but the inconsistency of service made it too challenging to try to have it where you had manpower there to scrap out and have an empty box to fill.
Okay, and were those problems presented by both Evergreen and Republic?
Yes.
Okay. You've been a contractor in the Flathead Valley for some time. How long?
I've been in construction my whole life, but started what's Compass today in 2010.
And that's been the sole occupation since 2010?
No, I mean, I've been in construction since I was 18. So.
What's the reputation of Republic and Evergreen in the Flathead Valley in terms of their service?
I mean, my opinion is they're just extremely busy. And I think I'm not knocking them, the growth of the valley with so much happening. I think it was just the struggle to keep up and to try to provide that level of service. My opinion and others, it's been a challenge to keep up with the growth, and we've had to pivot and come up with other ways to manage our jobs.
Let's talk about the pivot. What in ballpark figure, what would that cost you, trucks and trailers, to do that, to self-haul?
With the labor?
Let's just go equipment.
I mean, I ended up buying 1-ton dually pickup trucks. I think I bought 4, and then ended up going all the way up to the largest dump trailer. We ended up buying 2 24-foot dump trailer boxes, which are a bit of a challenge to load and unload. They're heavy, but we were trying to make it as efficient to the project and what we were billing for. It's not something I want to do, but I think we have 5 dump trailers now. We ended up getting rid of the larger ones and just going with smaller trailers to make it where they weren't as heavy for the guys to haul. And then we just end up hauling more often.
If Compass had a option of a service provider for roll-offs other than Evergreen or Republic in the Flathead Valley, would it consider using it or them?
If they could provide consistent scheduled service, absolutely we would, in a heartbeat.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Evergreen?
Yes, and to be clear, is the witness able to hear me through your mics, or do I need to turn on mine?
I can hear you.
You can hear me fine? Okay. Great. Let me turn on my camera here so you can see me in case you don't want just a disembodied voice, okay? Okay. Hi, can you see me?
There we go.
Hi,
I can.
I represent Evergreen Disposal.
Okay.
Would you prefer I call you Bill or Mr. Goldberg?
You can call me Bill.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. Bill, I just want to clarify a couple of questions you had with Mr. Sand. a bit of your conversation with Mr. Sandry. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. He asked if you had used Evergreen and Republic for roll-offs, and I believe your testimony was originally way back you'd used Evergreen, then you'd shifted to Republic. Was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the last time you used Evergreen for roll-off hauling?
I could not tell you a date without having our staff pull up. I mean, I don't have it in front of me. I'm not at the office, but
Would it be in the last 5 years?
I doubt it.
Okay. Would 2021, if Evergreen had records saying there's no hauling since 2021, would that sound accurate to you?
I think so. I mean, we made the move to the dump trailers quite a while ago.
Okay, so you haven't used Evergreen for roll-off service since 2021.
I don't believe so.
Okay, you haven't called them to ask what their rates are since 2021?
I don't think that's accurate. In talking with my staff, they have stated that they have called for rates.
Personally.
Nope.
Okay,
I don't
you
do
haven't
that.
called Evergreen for rates, and
No.
you haven't personally called to ask them if they can provide service since that time in 2021.
No, not myself. No.
You don't know what their rates are as we sit here today? And you don't know what services they could offer you? Oh, I'm sorry, he shook his head.
Oh, okay.
Going back to that question, Lisa, could you reread that question? I
You don't know what their rates are as you sit here today.
Okay. Bill, we have a court reporter, Lisa, here today transcribing our conversation. And so when you nod or shake your head, she can't catch it. So I'm just gonna re-ask you that question so that we can get it in the record, okay?
Gotcha.
So as we're sitting here today, you don't know what Evergreen's rates are?
No.
Correct? Okay. And as we're sitting here today, you don't know what services Evergreen could or could not provide you, correct?
No, not specific.
Your testimony is based on your experiences 5 or more years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And when you used Evergreen in 2021, were you personally calling for service?
No.
Okay. So you weren't personally calling for any services at that time either?
Me personally, no. It'd
Okay.
be my company.
And so you're just relying on what others have told you. You have no personal knowledge, correct?
I can't say that that's completely accurate. Long time ago, it would have been me calling, but in the last, 10 years, no, it's not my role at the company anymore.
Okay, so in the last 10 years, you have no personal knowledge of interactions with Evergreen whatsoever?
Me personally calling them, no, it's directly through correspondence with my staff.
Okay. Bill, thanks for your time. I don't have further questions. Thank you.
No problem.
Public, any cross?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Goldberg. My name is Aaron Nicholson. I'm an attorney with Republic Services. Do you mind if I call you Bill today, sir?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Bill, similar questions that Ms. Papez had just asked you. Do you know when the last time you personally called Republic for roll-off services?
No.
Is it fair to say that you personally have not called Republic for roll-off services in the past 5 years?
I would say that's accurate.
So from your own personal knowledge, then you don't have any direct interactions with Republic in the last 5 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Bill. I have no further questions at this time, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Al, any questions?
I have no questions for Mr. Goldberg.
I have no questions for someone.
No.
Correct?
No regret, and request that the witness be released.
Any objections before excusing Mr. Goldberg? No.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. You're excused.
Thank you.
W Services called Patrick Pacheco. Right on that
Thank you,
chair,
sir.
if you're good.
Mr. Checo, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your name.
Patrick Pacheco, Patrick,
Patrick, where do you live?
St. Ignatius and Big Fork,
Okay. How long have you lived in the Big Fork area?
20+ years.
Okay. What do you do?
I sell farm, ranch, real estate, and I'd like to be a rancher, but there ain't no money in it. So
You stick to the real estate?
I stick with the real estate.
How long have you been engaged in the real estate profession?
I sold my first house at 18. I've been licensed for 20+ years in Montana.
You have a real estate office?
I do.
And where's it at?
Big Fork, Whitefish, Daily Lake, Knoxon, Troy, Libby.
You're familiar with Republic Services?
Yep, I am.
Did you order a pull-off unit from Republic that was to come out of Kalispell, Montana?
Yep.
When was that?
About a year ago, I believe.
Okay. Did you have any problems with Republic?
It never showed up.
Well,
We had
tell me
some,
about the problem from start to finish.
well, I went and I believe I ordered it online or I called. I got it all arranged. They took payment. It was gonna be here one day. We were tearing down all these old corrals at the ranch, just didn't need to be there anymore. Rented an excavator. It showed up the day the dumpster was supposed to show up. Day one goes by, no dumpster shows up. I call, talked to a lady that didn't have a clue what was going on, but they had no problems running my credit card. Charging me for it. The next day, the dumpster was supposed to show up. That was gonna come out of Kalispell or come out of Missoula, but it was gonna be there. The third day of having an excavator there, they called and said they couldn't do anything for me, and sorry. We don't do it, can't handle it, can't help you. Excavator left, sat there for 3 days, cost me good money, and there was nothing I could do about it. They just didn't keep their word.
So it never showed up.
Never showed up, refunded my credit card, couldn't help me with the excavator fees.
You have any problems with the refund?
Yeah, it took a little bit, but I got it back, I believe.
And when you called Republic, do you know who you talked to or where they were at?
Somebody, they said they were from Indiana and, yeah, they were hard to understand and English was not very good. That sounds bad, but I hear pretty good, so.
Do you have contractor clients
I
in the
do,
Flathead?
yep, I've got multiple builders that I work for.
You talk to enough contractors to form opinion about the reputation of Republic and Evergreen in the Flathead Valley in terms of roll-off service?
And they're just like the last guy, they went and bought dump trailers, cause you can't get dumpsters delivered. And it's unreliable.
Closer here, sir.
It's the same opinion testimony that we've been hearing from these witnesses based on 80321 with the combination back to 404.
I think his last response did sound more clear, so if you want to rephrase, feel free.
In terms of the reputation of being able to provide a service. Do you know what Republic's reputation and Evergreen's reputation in the Flathead Valley is?
In my opinion, and what
No, the reputation.
unreliable,
Reputation, unreliable.
too big. They don't know Montana, they can't keep their word.
I have nothing further, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi,
Hi.
I'm Jackie.
Hi, Jackie.
I represent Evergreen Disposal.
Yep.
Is it okay if I call you Patrick? or do you
Absolutely.
prefer Mr.
No, Patrick's fine.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks for coming this afternoon. Mr. Sandry asked you about the reputation for both Republic and Evergreen.
I'd like to just make sure I understand with respect to Evergreen. Have you ever personally used Evergreen for roll-off services?
No,
And so you've never,
not personally, I haven't.
okay,
Contractors I work with have.
okay, but you personally have never called for roll-off service for them?
From Evergreen? No.
Okay. And so you personally have no experience based on your personal use to say they're unreliable?
Just hearsay.
Okay. And you mentioned for when you were using Republic for a roll-off, you called their customer service line. Do you prefer calls or fill out forms on the internet?
I prefer calls.
You'd rather have talk to somebody?
Well, you know, your answer is getting through then at that point. You know, you can ask questions, answer questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you, appreciate your time.
Any cross-examination from Republic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Pacheco. My name is Lucas Forcell. I represent Public Services. Do you mind if I also play Patrick?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Just a couple of questions to follow up on the questions you had from Mr. Sandry. The roll-off order you had issues with a year ago, where was that roll-off order for? Was it for your ranch in Bigport?
No, St. Ignatius.
Sorry, St. Ignatius.
Yep.
Thank you. And I heard you say what you went online or called. Do you recall which as were?
I know, it's been a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a year ago, but I know I talked to a lady on the phone when it all started going to hell.
Got it. So ordered it somehow, and then after, I guess maybe the day it was supposed to arrive, did you call at that point?
Yes.
Okay. You were able to talk to somebody, sounds like maybe from Indiana?
Yeah, some corporate from Indiana
Okay.
that was gonna get to the bottom of it.
Okay. They said a roll-off was going to come out from Kalispell or Missoula, I think I heard you say? Okay, and
Excuse me. Sorry,
Yes,
you just-
sorry.
Thank you.
And at that point, I didn't care where they got it from, but an excavator is $750 a day, and I really didn't care where it came from.
Sure, understood. That excavator came, did the work you were trying to do with the excavator? Or did you not do the work because there wasn't a dumpster?
Couldn't do it. All I had to do, eventually I had to pay Reese Bailey, who's a contractor down there, to come in and take all my old fence and all the old ditches, pile it all up and haul it all away.
Okay, so
The work that I could have done.
got it. So the work got done, you had to pay a contractor to do it instead of doing it yourself? Okay. I think I heard you say the money was refunded to you eventually. Is
I'll
that
put back on my credit card.
put back on your credit card?
Yep.
Did you call back to Republic to do that, or did they do that automatically?
They did it after I canceled everything.
After you
And after we've had they just couldn't perform and the excavator was leaving and, you know, and if I was gonna complain any further, I had to go online and it was out of touch. And I don't mean to sound bad, but they didn't give a damn. They didn't care.
Okay.
Sorry, can't get you one.
Before that instance with Republic, had you ever ordered a roll-off from Republic?
First time,
First time, only time?
last time.
Just to confirm, I'm not from the Flathead, so my geography is a little loose. Can you remind me, St. Ignatius, what county are we talking about?
Lake County,
Lake County, okay, not Flathead County.
no,
Have you ever ordered a roll-off in Flathead County from Republic?
no.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counsel for Illinois?
Hi, Patrick. My name's Allie Garrett. I represent L&L Site Services. And they do business in the area under the name Grizzly Disposal and Recycling. Have you ever had, ever tried to contact Eleanor or Grizzly for roll-off services?
Have not.
No further question.
I have no questions. Ms. Owens?
No.
Redirect?
Have no redirect and request that the witness be released.
Any objections? Thank you, sir. You're permitted. Thank you.
Paul Seth Simonson.
Sir Simonson, do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Seth Simonson,
And Seth, where do you live?
Rollins,
And what's your occupation?
project manager for Compass.
Compass Construction?
Yep.
You work with
Yes.
Bill Goldberg?
Yes.
In the context of your work with Compass Construction and Bill Goldberg, have you had occasion to order roll-off service from Evergreen or Republic?
Tried to order one from Republic, so it was successful.
Was that unsuccessful?
Yes.
Why?
Just couldn't meet the needs.
What was the need?
We needed roll off on construction sites when we do larger multifamily projects. And in certain instances during the build, we need multiple boxes and then emptied, daily, or the next day, and they couldn't meet the needs.
They tell you they couldn't meet the need?
Yes.
And so, is that when you guys started self-hauling?
We self-hauled before that, but it was just so burdensome, so we tried it. This was in 2023. Just to keep up, we had multiple projects going in. Ended up buying a couple more dump trailers.
Are you aware of the reputation of Evergreen and Republic in the construction circles in Flathead County?
I'm not familiar with Evergreen, but the feedback I get from Republic is the similar. It's too busy, hard to get a hold of.
Poor service.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Council for Evergreen?
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Council for Republic?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I was about to call you Mr. Goldberg, but Mr. Simonson, I apologize, sir. You mind if I call you Seth today? Yeah, okay, thank you, Seth. And I should introduce myself. I'm Aaron Nicholson. I'm an attorney for Republic, sir. Seth, you are a general manager at Compass Construction?
Yes.
Okay. Were you authorized by Compass Construction's owner, Bill Goldberg, to testify today?
No.
Are you testifying on behalf of Compass Construction?
No.
Just on your own personal experience?
Yes.
You testified that it sounds like you had reached out to Republic. Was this back in 2023 for roll-offs on behalf of Compass Construction?
Yes.
And Compass Construction requested the roll-offs be I guess the pickups would occur as a same day service. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
Yeah, I apologize. That was a horrible question. When you requested roll-offs, Compass Construction requested that the pickups be as a same day service. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And did Republic identify when they could provide the type of service that they could offer?
Yeah, it was 1 week was the earliest they could provide service.
What type of container was this?
Roll up.
And do you know the size, sir?
I think it's a 40-yard.
Republic provides temporary toilet service on construction projects for Compass, correct?
They haven't passed, yes.
And Compass has not had any issues with that, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
When was the last time that Compass ordered roll-offs from Republic?
I don't recall.
Would it the last time have been this 2023 project that you had discussed?
That's the last time I tried contacting.
And since that 2023 project, you're not aware of any other requests by Compass to receive roll-off services from Republic?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, thank you, Seth. I appreciate your time, sir. No further questions for you.
Any cross from Illinois?
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Simon.
I do have a question, Mr. Simonson. Just to clarify, I understand you indicated in your testimony that you did some self-hauling before the 2023 time that you called Republic, is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you continue to self-haul since 2023 as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's the only question I have. Ms. Holmes? No. Any recross as a result of my question, Evergreen? No. Republic?
No, Madam Chair.
LNL? No. Redirect?
No redirect and a request that the witness be released.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, sorry. Witness is excused, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, absolutely. NW Services calls Billy Fisher.
It's you. I'm here.
Thank you. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Billy Fisher,
Billy, where do you live?
Missoula,
What do you do, Billy?
general manager for Grizzly Disposal.
Okay. Is that the same as L&L?
It is.
Okay. And how long have you been the general manager, Grizzly Disposal?
Just under 5 years.
What did you do prior to your stint as general manager of L&L?
Operations manager for Western Montana for Republic Services.
And what's the Republic Services, Western region? If there's such a thing.
When I was there, it was Missoula, Lake County, Mineral County, transfer station in Superior, and recycling center in Missoula.
But not Kalispell.
No.
Should take a look at exhibit 34. It should be in the NW Services exhibit binder.
Yeah,
You identify the document.
it is a annual report for L&L Site Services.
You recognize these documents?
I do, this is pretty me, but I do recognize this document.
Those documents are maintained by L&L as part of its business.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll move for the admission of 34.
No objection.
Objections?
No objections.
So admitted.
Take a look at page 2 of the exhibit 34. That's L&L 00, bunch of zeros and then 2.
Yes.
This is a 2020 Montana Public Service Commission annual report, correct?
It is.
And this year's total revenues of about 10.5 million.
Yep.
Okay, I want you to take then a look at 2025, same report. That's L&L 29. 2025 total income, correct?
Yes.
What's that revenue?
26,300,885.
So up from about 10 million in 2020?
Yep.
Were you part of the application of L&L for authority in what I'm just gonna call South Flathead County?
Yes,
Okay. When was that application made with the PSC?
October of 25.
Are there any protests?
No,
Nothing was timely filed.
no,
And that's the subject of district court litigation that Republican L&L are sort of playing out in Lewis and Clark County.
yes.
Prior to making the application for authority, which was granted by the PSC, what did you do to establish that there was a need in Flathead County for garbage services?
Approach shippers to get shipper witnesses.
And did you ultimately conclude that there was a public need for the service
Yes,
in Flathead County? Okay. Despite the fact that Republic was also providing a Class D service in the same area?
yes.
Did you get a sense from the shippers that you talked with what the reputation of Republic was for service and price?
I don't know if I can categorize as representation or how they represent themselves. I did get pricing and asked the consumers if there was a need. I know what you're getting at. I did not get a feeling they were being underserviced from the questions I asked.
Did you get a feeling about the propriety of the price?
Yes,
And was your feeling that it was the price being charged by Republic was way high?
it is higher than they offer in Missoula County.
You've looked at the exhibits that have been introduced in this matter in terms of Republic's roll-off pricing?
No.
You haven't looked at any of them?
No.
Do you have any idea what the pricing in the Flathead is? In like Big Fork or Whitefish?
Big Fork only because I did a roll-off job in let's see, January 25th of this year. So I do know that we are considerably less than they are in that
You
area.
are.
Yes.
L&L is.
Yes.
I'm not talking about L&L's prices. I'm talking about Republic's.
Yes. So in that exact job, we were averaging around $700 a haul with disposal, and they were right around 1,000 in that specific job.
A little bit higher.
Mhm.
Okay. And was that the sentiment of the customers before you made application that Republic's prices were high?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Evergreen? No questions for this witness, thank you. Republic?
No question for this witness. Thank you.
L&L?
I'll reserve my questions for this witness for our case in chief.
Right, thank you. I have no questions. Ms. Holmes? Mr. Porcella, okay. No.
I have no questions and this witness can be released temporarily, it looks like.
No, he's not going anywhere.
Chair, might we take a short 5-minute break?
Yes, Mr. Fisher is temporarily excused and
Restroom break.
yes. We'll be off record for 10 minutes. It's 2:19. We're back on the record. Mr. Sandry, you next to this.
NW Services Russ.
Agreed. Like to make an opening statement?
I don't know if I'd like to, but I'm prepared to. Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner, members of the commission. Thank you for your time in this today and this week. As you know, this hearing is to allow the commission to decide whether NW Services has put on sufficient evidence to demonstrate that a new Class D PCN should issue, which would allow NWS to haul blow-off containers within Flathead County. As the commission is aware, the commission may only issue a Class D certificate to an applicant if after the hearing, the evidence demonstrates that the public convenience and necessity require authorization of the service proposed or any part of the service proposed. And commission precedent holds that if the record lacks evidence on any required element of an application, the commission cannot make a finding on that element and the application must be denied. Longstanding commission precedent puts the burden on the applicant to demonstrate all elements of fitness, as well as all elements that the applicant must show under statute and commission precedent. As the commission is aware, NWS applied for a permit last year. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the commission decided, after the conclusion of that hearing, sometime later, the commission decided that NWS had not shown that it had the financial condition necessary to haul garbage in roll-off containers within the 3-county area it then sought. NWS has come back by adding a member who apparently has cash available and would have the commission believe that that element satisfies their burden here. That's only one element that the commission must consider. The commission also needs to examine whether there is a public need for the service. There's not been one witness who testified that Evergreen denied service to them. Very few witnesses even testified of anything in the last few years with Evergreen. All of the evidence proffered by NWS dates to post-COVID booms, when there were supply shortages, when there was a lot of growth, when there was upheaval. The evidence presented by NWS demonstrates that that growth is evened out, and Evergreen will put on evidence to show that even if there was a need, Evergreen is meeting that need in this market. Mitchell Hill testified that service within 2 to 3 days is a reasonable service. Evergreen will show that it's providing that service. The commission must also examine whether the grant of an authority would harm existing carriers contrary to the public interest. NWS's principals admitted during their testimony they have no such evidence. And finally, the commission may look at the benefits and the detriments of competition when making a determination of whether the permit should be granted. As the commission has said time and again in orders, it is not unusual for shippers to want more options. That is not a demonstration of need. NWS's plan is to have one vehicle for the majority of its containers. That's one breakdown away from not being able to provide service whatsoever. That doesn't fulfill any need in this market. Again, Evergreen is servicing customers within the same time range that NWS's principal has testified is a reasonable time range to offer service. NWS itself testified that same-day service isn't doable in this industry. Even if NWS had shown any need in the market, the evidence that has been presented does not show that existing haulers will not meet that need. When we talked to witnesses, you heard testimony that they haven't contacted Evergreen since 2021, 2023. There is no need that they have asked for that Evergreen won't serve. And in terms of competition, the commission should allow the recently granted competition to take hold before the commission decides whether granting any additional competition is warranted in this market. L&L was granted authority at the beginning of this year, and it includes Southern Flathead County. To the extent there is any need for any additional containers in this market, L&L's providing them. And the commission should give that time to see how that affects the market. Once this hearing concludes, we'll ask the commission to deny NWS's application as failing to meet all elements required for a Class D hauler. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Puppets. Sorry, Ms. Puppets. If you'd like to proceed with your first witness?
Yes, call Jennifer Bernowski.
Ms. Bernowski, did I pronounce that correctly? Bernowski. All right, do you have a name like Bernowski?
No W.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Can you state and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Jennifer Bernowski, Bernowsky. Sorry, Jennifer, Jennifer.
Perfect. Is it okay if I call you Jen today?
Yes, totally.
It'll be hard for me to do anything else.
I always feel like I'm in trouble when somebody says Jennifer. So. Jen's good.
Jen, you work for Evergreen Disposal?
Yeah.
What's your job title?
Well, my job title is Municipal Marketing Manager / Community Relations Manager.
And what do you do as your job?
I fill a lot of roles. Primarily, I, in the state of Montana, help assist the division in ensuring that all marketing and communications are distributed. So, you know, social media, print ads, things of that nature. In addition, I facilitate community discussions, projects like Columbia Falls. There, you know, have bear initiative where all garbage is to be stored in a bear resistant manner. And so I will do coordination with bear managers and, you know, just really being able to facilitate community discussions and addressing those needs as they arise within the community.
Okay. Are you responsible for monitoring online reviews of Evergreen?
Yes, that is part of my my purview. I track and respond to all Google reviews for Evergreen Disposal.
And there should be a binder in front of you marked Evergreen.
Exhibit binder?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you turn to tab 34 of that document?
Got it.
That in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Do you know what this document is? Have you seen it before?
I have.
What is this document?
This document is a compilation of our Google reviews through, let's see the time frame. So it looks like from 2020 through last Wednesday. So it looks like our all-time Google reviews.
Okay. Is this a document compilation you put together?
It is.
Okay, how'd you do that?
There is a program that we use internally that sort of funnels all those reviews in. And so I essentially just went in and selected a time range and had it pull the Google reviews.
Okay. And are these reviews specifically for roll-off containers or for all of Evergreen services?
They are for all of Evergreen services.
Okay. And looking at this document, it looks like there is a last column that says latest response from Evergreen Disposal.
Yes.
Is that there?
I do.
Who writes those responses?
That is me.
How long have you done that for?
Since for the majority of my tenure, I think it may have been a few months initially that I wasn't, but ultimately for the last almost 7 years.
Okay, so for these reviews, you're the person writing the responses?
Yes, exactly. Yep, from 2019 on.
Move for the admission of exhibit 34.
Object on the basis of hearsay. I heard council say that this is a summary, and I guess it's a compilation of correspondence, but there's hundreds of correspondence in here from different people that aren't here to testify. So I think it's hearsay.
It's offered for Evergreen's response to reviews received, which Ms. Vernosky testified are her responses.
So that it for the sole purposes that Ms. Papa has just identified.
Jen?
For the sole purposes of what Ms. Papa has identified as being admitted for.
Jen, when you are reviewing responses, strike that. You've been in this business with Evergreen since 2019, correct?
Correct.
Okay, how long have you been in the marketing business generally?
Sales and marketing in Montana for 25 plus years.
And do you track Google reviews for companies as part of your job?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you qualify Evergreen's Google reviews?
They are extraordinarily positive.
And is that reflected in Evergreen's responses to each review?
It is, yes.
And is it important to you to respond to every review you get?
Yes, we believe so. Yeah, if a customer is going to take the time to provide feedback, it's important for us to recognize that and respond accordingly.
Okay. And do you respond to the positive and the negative reviews?
I do.
What happens if a negative review comes in, let's say for a roll-off customer?
So my first order of business would be to contact the local team, would be to reach out to our office manager and Andy and say, hey, if I can determine, sometimes usernames aren't clear. So it might be, JD2 or something, if it's a customer's name and we feel like we can track that down, I initially will contact the office and ask them if they recognize this or if this was something that, we could resolve, just kind of let them dig into the potential issue that the customer brought up.
Okay. And if you can't identify the customer just from the review, do you just say I'm done?
No, in fact, regardless of what the ultimate outcome will be, I always in the review responses will request that the customer contact us directly and speak to one of our managers. So it's the direction is always to ask the customer to reach out to us so that we can resolve the issue.
And in your 25 years in sales and marketing, is it a reasonable expectation that a company offering sales would offer perfect service every time?
Well, that's certainly the goal, but we're all human beings. So there are instances where that might not, we might not meet the customer expectation regardless. So.
Okay. And so you try to respond to any need that is identified?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think there was one review in here we discussed where somebody mentioned that a container had been pulled before he wanted. Is that correct?
I seem to recall that. I don't know where exactly it would fall in this list though.
Do you recall what Evergreen's response was?
Either to the Google review?
Mm-hmm.
Without looking at it, my sort of typical response would be, we understand your concern, please contact the office so that we can rectify the situation. But I don't recall that particular instance exactly.
Okay, would it be fair to say that that instance is a number of years ago?
Yes, considering that I can't remember it specifically, yes, my response would be, the response that I use with any customer with a complaint would be, give us an opportunity to fix that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, would Evergreen have fixed the problem in some fashion that would try to satisfy the customer?
Absolutely.
Jen, do you recall the last time you saw a negative review online for a roll-off customer, from a roll-off customer for Evergreen?
I can't recall, and that would have been long enough ago where it doesn't hang.
Not in the last year?
Not in the last year, now.
Do you know what Evergreen's current Google star rating is?
I don't, I want to say it's maybe 4.8. It's close to 5.
Okay. Jen, you talked about some of the community activities you take part in. Does that include a Bear Aware program?
It does, yeah, as more communities are initiating ordinances and recognizing that there are, more steps that need to be taken to protect the community and the local wildlife. Yeah, there are instances where I will go to conferences and heavily involved in communicating with bear managers in the state with regards to the needs of the community to bear resist garbage.
And are community needs changing in response to bear presence?
Constant, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any examples of that in Flathead County?
Well, Columbia Falls is a great example. Whitefish also, although I don't work directly with Whitefish, as we don't service up in that area, but I work with the same bear managers in the area. So Columbia Falls specifically has initiated ordinances that require residents and commercial businesses to store trash in a bear resistant manner prior to pickup. And so we've had communications about specific areas where we may modify service time to accommodate morning set out so that we're not picking up the night before. This is with residential, so not specific to roll off, but those type of things, just like our lidded containers. There is a ever changing need with regards to bear resistant containers, and we are responsive to the needs as they change for the community.
So Evergreen's making sure it has the types of containers that there's a need for in the community?
Yep, both for roll off, residential and commercial.
Okay. And you were here earlier today when I talked with the gentleman from the county about the recycling programs the county has, correct?
Yeah.
And does Evergreen assist with those recycling efforts for the county?
We do. We have the contract to haul the recycling from all the green box sites. There are 10 throughout the county. We provide next day service for those through the contract. And in addition, those materials are taken to Valley Recycling, which is the municipal, or I'm sorry, the MRF, the Material Recovery Facility. I don't know why I forgot that. So the MRF processes the materials. So we go and collect the dropped off materials from the community. We bring them back to Valley Recycling where they are baled and shipped for recycling.
Does Evergreen run Valley Recycling?
We do.
Does Evergreen run Valley Recycling because it's a extremely profitable arm of its business?
No, in fact, it is not profitable.
Okay. Do you run it because of the community need? And you're able to offer that service because of the other services that the public offers in Flathead County, is that right?
That Evergreen offers?
Yes.
Yes, exactly, yeah. It's a community need. Not only is it something our customers ask for, it has the benefit of extending the life of the landfill, diverting materials that could otherwise be recycled or repurposed.
And does Evergreen offer donations within the community?
We do, yeah. We work with the fair. We work with any community organization that is having, nonprofit specifically, but we will often sponsor a collection at rodeos, car shows, community like the Strawberry Festival, things like that. So yeah, we're heavily involved in the community, and I don't think we've ever said no to a request for a donation for services. That's typically the way we do our donations and community support.
Would Evergreen be able to offer those services if it didn't have the totality of its services in Flathead County?
those kind of things would have to be looked at if we weren't, obviously there's other priorities that we would have to potentially allocate resources to, and those programs may suffer as a result, certainly.
I have nothing further for you. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Public, would you like to cross-examine?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Eleanor?
I have no questions, but it's what.
Resource?
I have a few questions. Ms. Bernowski, you work for Waste Connections, is that correct?
I do.
And Waste Connections is somehow affiliated with Evergreen?
Yeah, I don't know what the exact structure is, or they're a parent company is what I say, but that's not necessarily a legal.
And you're the general manager in Missoula?
I'm not the general manager now.
What do you do?
I'm municipal marketing manager.
Okay. And Waste Connections is the third largest waste provider in the United States, is that correct?
I don't know that to be the case, but
Did you know that a year ago?
that's typically what is said, yeah.
Isn't that what you told me a year ago?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I don't recall
So
specifically.
a pretty big outfit though, right?
We operate in the United States, yeah.
Okay, and in Canada,
Yep,
correct?
it's right then in Canada.
And it's publicly traded?
I believe so, yes.
You recall our exchange at the last hearing? Generally?
I recall that there were questions asked. I don't know what you mean by, do I recall the exchange?
Well, I asked you one question. I asked you to agree with me that in the event NW Services was provided authorization by PSC that it wouldn't hurt Evergreen or Waste Management's operations so bad as to adversely impact the services it provides to the public.
Well, I'm confused because you used the company name Waste Management, which I'm not affiliated with, so.
Okay, but that's who signs your paycheck, right?
Nope,
Is that who signs Andy's paycheck?
nope,
Isn't that what you told me at the last hearing?
nope.
You didn't.
I didn't say that I work for Waste Management, no.
Waste Connections, rather. Did you know I meant that?
You said Waste Management, which is the second largest hauler, they're one of the top 3 haulers in the country, so,
Okay. Waste Connections signs your paycheck.
yes.
Okay, okay. And I asked you at the last hearing to acknowledge that Waste Connections or Evergreen would not be adversely impacted in terms of its ability to provide services to the public should the PSC grant authority to NW Services. You recall that question?
I don't know.
Okay. What's your answer to that?
I don't agree that there would be no impact.
I didn't ask you if there was going to be an impact. I asked you to agree with me that there wouldn't be an adverse impact. And by adverse impact, I mean the ability to provide waste disposal services to the customers that you provide for now.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, tell me why not?
Because I have an understanding of the way our business operates, and if we lose business, then other programs could suffer.
Well, what I'm talking about is waste. I'm not talking about recycling or the charitable things that you do for the fair and so forth. I'm talking about hauling garbage. If your company was a regular provider to me and NW Services was granted authority, would you have to quit servicing me?
Not, I don't really understand the purpose of your question. It's convoluted, you will agree with me that there is it's full of double negatives, so perhaps you could rephrase the question so it's a little easier for me to answer.
Well, that's probably good advice.
Uh-huh.
All right, so would you agree that your company would not be adversely impacted by the issuance of a PSC authorization to NW Services to the extent that your company can't provide service to its regular customer? Pretty simple question.
It's not a simple question because would we have to stop servicing your home? No, but it would have an adverse impact. When you lose business and you're a company that's operating under scheduled routes, losing business has an adverse impact.
It would have an adverse impact to the bottom line. Your profit would be less.
Among other things, yeah,
But you
including
would still be able to
driver
operate.
hours, our ability to staff. Certainly, those things would all be impacted
You would
by
still,
losing business.
your company would still be able to operate, wouldn't it?
Initially, probably yes.
But then at some point along the way, it would falter and have to fold? Is that what you're
That's-
suggesting?
I'm suggesting that I can't predict the future.
Okay. But you can predict the immediate future. And so it would take a while for adverse impacts to be felt?
I have no business data that would support being able to agree with you that there would be no adverse impact.
And you have no data to suggest the opposite either, correct?
No.
Okay.
It's all speculative.
Excuse me?
It's all speculative.
What is Evergreen's territory within Flathead County? Do you know?
I don't do routing or scheduling, so no, I can't tell you exactly what that territory is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
I have no questions. No. Regret? Nothing. Would you like to permanently excuse this witness? Yes. Any objections? No objection. You're permanently excused.
Thank you.
Here with, we had expected that, NWS would go through today. May I just request a 10-minute break to get situated for the remainder of my witness?
Yes, of
Thank
course. It's 2:46 and let's just make it 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
We are back in the record. It is 3 p.m. Lopez, I think we're going to coordinate with some of your witnesses.
Yes, we were hoping to maybe have a little procedural discussion before I call my witnesses. Okay.
Please go ahead.
My second witness is available and I'm happy to take him now. However, just given the time today and for my third witness, after discussion with counsel, we thought it might make most sense to end the hearing for today after the second witness.
After your second witness?
Yes, and start up tomorrow with any remainders so that for scheduling purposes, I think that works better for Republic's witnesses too.
All right. Does anyone have any objections to doing that?
Objection.
No objection.
All right, we'll do that then.
Thank you. Evergreen would call Andrew Ewing.
Mr. Ewing, do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, Andy Ewing, which is Ewing.
Hey, Andy. It's okay if I call you Andy
Yes,
today?
please.
Okay, great. Andy, where do you work?
Evergreen Disposal.
What's your job title?
I'm the district manager.
What do you do as a district manager?
Oh, man, a little bit of everything. Yeah, I basically oversee the day-to-day operations, help with a lot of the financial stuff. Basically, I try to lead following our company's values, which are safety, integrity, and community service.
And is it fair to say that your job is in the solid waste business?
Yes, yes, has been for 22 years now.
Okay. And so you've been working in the solid waste industry for 22 years?
I've called myself a garbage man for 22 years, yes.
Excellent. What types of services does Evergreen offer in Flathead County?
In Flathead County, roll-off services, commercial services, we call it with front load trucks, as well as residential, which we use side load trucks for, as well as recycling.
And you understand that today we're here on NW Services application to haul roll-off containers only in Flathead County?
Yes.
Okay. What is a roll-off container?
Roll-off containers, they vary in sizes. Generally, the smallest are 10 yards. You can go up to 40 yards, even 50-yard boxes. Various styles. We run a couple different styles. One we call high hook, which is our 10-yard roll-off bins, and then endless chain, which is we have 10, 20, and 30-yard boxes for those, both lidded and unlidded boxes.
Why do you offer so many different sizes?
Generally, customers need different sizes. It's especially those lidded boxes. There's areas where those are required in Flathead County. We offer those in the park, Glacier Park, and out at the airport. There's testimony earlier that that's a requirement out at the airport for Swank, and we do have those bins available for them.
Okay. So when we're talking about Evergreen today, we're just going to talk about their roll-off services, okay?
Yep.
How many trucks does Evergreen currently have that can handle roll-off containers?
Currently, we have 7. We have 5 that haul the 30-yard bins. 4 of them are just standard Peterbilt trucks. We also have 1 cab over Peterbilt. It's a little shorter wheelbase, so it can get in tighter areas. And then we have 2 smaller trucks that we haul the 10-yard high hook boxes with, one of which is a 4-wheel drive truck.
Now, there's been testimony, you've been here for the testimony yesterday and today, correct? Yep. And we heard some testimony about growth in the Flathead. Are you seeing that you're having to take trucks to hillsides and more extreme locations?
Yes. part of having a PSC license, you have to be fit, willing and able to service everyone. So we do have to get creative. That's why we have that 4-wheel drive truck and smaller bins. That way we can always try to offer service. We do have to get creative sometimes on where that's placed, but we don't want to turn anybody away, that's in our area. That's our duty.
And do you have all 7 of those vehicles out every day, or do you have some redundancy?
No, since I've been here, we haven't had all of them out, on a given day. But because we do have spares, it allows us to pull them in for services, make sure they're safe, to operate on the road, and it just gives us flexibility. Winter time, sometimes we only have 2 trucks out in a day. Middle of summer, it can be 5 or 6, pretty easy, so.
Okay. And do those trucks require maintenance?
Absolutely.
What kind of maintenance do they require?
It's what we call PMs, which is preventative maintenance. We have those on a schedule. It's every 3 weeks, or if it hits a certain amount of hours prior to that 3 weeks, if it's running every day. And that's typically greasing and oil changes. And then going over the truck by the mechanics for safety stuff that a driver could have possibly missed on his pre-trip or post-trip inspection as well.
When you say pre-trip and post-trip, are those the inspections the drivers do daily?
Yes, our drivers are required to fill out a DVIR, which is a daily vehicle inspection report. And when they're filling those out, they're putting their name on it, stating that the vehicle is safe to operate on the road. It's a requirement for these CDL trucks.
And beyond their regularly scheduled maintenance, do the roll-off trucks ever break down?
Absolutely. Yeah, and you would think it's always the older trucks that are breaking down, but some of the stuff on the new trucks, I don't know if they just got put together too quick at Peterbilt or what, but there are several occasions where we will have to take the truck to Peterbilt to get worked on, and it can be there for several weeks. Just an example, we just had 2 of our roll-off trucks at Peterbilt, each one over 2 weeks, getting DPF systems, which is your diesel particulate filters systems replaced. Could we do that in our shop quicker? Yes, but then it's not covered under warranty if you don't take it to a dealership to do that, for those repairs.
Okay. So if you're concerned, I believe Mr. Hill testified that his truck that he's looking at getting for NWS would be under warranty, correct?
Yes,
And so if you're gonna do that warranty work, it can take some time?
absolutely.
And when you had those 2 trucks that were down, did you stop providing service?
No, we didn't. Nope. That's what those spares are there for.
And you were here when Mr. Sandry was questioning Ms. Vernosky, correct?
Yes,
Evergreen she termed it a parent company, correct?
correct.
Waste Connections.
Waste Connections, yes.
Does that connection with Waste Connections allow you to bring in other trucks if you had a need?
Absolutely. That's part of the flexibility I touched on. We do have the ability to pull trucks or equipment, boxes, or even labor from other sites if needed. So we don't have to interrupt service.
You were here last summer when we had the first NWS hearing, correct?
Yes,
And it's my recollection, you testified that Evergreen had approximately 150 roll-off containers.
correct.
Is that static today?
No, we've added some more since then. We received more last summer. We had some in a repair pile that we have since been able to repair. And then, yeah, we have more on the way that will be here in the next couple months too.
Okay. Do you have employees who assist in repairing containers?
Yes, we actually have a full-time welder on staff, and he spends about half his time repairing our roll-off boxes. I was very surprised when I got to Montana just how bad the rust can be on the roads. And hauling these metal boxes up and down the roads can really eat away at them. They get rusty, and you have to keep them repaired because if they get holes in them, they can leak out on the highway. So it's a constant job. He stays very busy.
Okay. Do you know what the lifespan of a roll-off container in Montana typically is?
In Montana, from what I've seen on average, just looking back at some of the data, it's we're lucky if we get 6 or 7 years out of them as we're maintaining them. They really start to get eaten away at after 5. We do buy quality containers that are a thicker gauge steel, so they will last longer, and try to keep paint on them as best we can, but they get beat up pretty bad.
I think you touched on this earlier, but you said you offer multiple sizes of containers. You said 10 to 30 yards?
Correct.
And if somebody has a need for a container that's smaller, you could offer that through your other business lines?
Yes. For front loads, we offer between 2 up to 6 yard sizes for front load containers as well, yes.
And do you offer lower sided containers?
Yeah, we have shorter sided 20-yard bins also, which we will get requested from on occasion. Those work really well if somebody's just trying to do a quick weekend project, trying to do a garage clean out and they're having to hand load the bin. It's nice to have one that's lower to the ground, easier to load.
Do you have that because there's a customer need for it or just because you'd like to have them?
No, there was a customer request. Yeah.
And you mentioned you also have lidded containers that are required in some areas of Flathead County?
They are, yes. I anticipate that they will be required in a lot of areas around Columbia Falls soon, and they are required in the park. I believe Mr. Hill testified that he had a job in the park when he was with Sandry Construction, and he had to use us because we had the lidded containers. So.
Now, have you ever had any special requests, people that have a tight turnaround deadline?
Yes, that happens quite a bit. Those are actually, it's a lot of fun. I get to work with Lisa and my ops supervisors on coming up with plans for those. We had one just a couple weeks ago, actually. A contractor had bid a job from out of town. It was a demo on a house, and as he was approaching, he realized he underbid it. So he was going to try to get the entire job done in one day. So he didn't have to rent the piece of equipment longer. And we were able to provide him one driver that was with him all day running turnarounds, basically. So he hauled 7 boxes for that one contractor in one day.
Okay. And did that meet his needs?
Yes, he was very satisfied.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hill testified, you may recall that NWS was planning to offer a minimum 1 week rate for this.
Yes, yeah, I was a little confused by that. I think he was saying it's basically a minimum of a week charge for rent on a roll-off box is what I gathered from that, but.
Does Evergreen charge a minimum of a week?
No, we don't. In fact, quite a few of our jobs are just like I had mentioned earlier, just a one-off, maybe a weekend cleanup project where somebody just wants a box over the weekend. So we just charge based on the daily rate.
Okay, so this gentleman that had the 7 turnarounds in one day, he just paid for 1 day of rental?
Correct.
And then he paid for all the hauls?
Correct.
If Evergreen only had 1 truck, would it be able to service that customer's needs?
No, I don't see how. You could satisfy that customer, but then all the other customers that were expecting to get picked up that day wouldn't be too happy because you'd have to reschedule it.
Since you've been with Evergreen, have you used 100% of your roll-off containers?
No, we've never had all of them out.
Are you looking forward in projections when you are looking at your container needs, or are you just looking at today?
No, I wouldn't be doing a good job if I was just trying to plan for today. We're always looking forward at future needs. Yeah.
What if an unexpected big job comes to town? Are you unable to serve them if we didn't expect it?
No, that's where we can get flexible and I can bring in extra help from our other sites if needed. We don't want to ever turn anybody away.
So when you say you can bring in extra help, can you bring in extra containers?
We can bring in extra containers, extra truck, extra drivers. Yeah.
To your knowledge, during your tenure at Evergreen, has Evergreen ever denied service to any roll-off customer?
No.
Has Evergreen had to get creative in servicing?
Absolutely. That's the fun part. Yes.
Sometimes people have pretty inaccessible sites.
Yeah, actually, one of the sites that was discussed earlier. I don't remember the exact address. But we actually had one up on a hill around Poise Lake. It was, you guys may remember the address, but it was a very steep driveway. It was in the middle of winter. So what we did, we actually sent a supervisor out in a pickup in front of the driver to make sure he could get the delivery in the driveway. And then on the first swap, he also went out there because it happened in December.
What's the lead time on getting a new container
To
to order one?
To order one, it all depends on when you're doing that and who you're using. Typically, right now it's between 8 to 12 weeks.
And that's for the heavy gauge containers that you.
Correct, yeah. It takes longer. The last order I made, it was about a 9-week lead time, and that's because we ordered 4 more lidded 30-yard boxes. Those take longer to build, so.
If Evergreen got lighter weight containers, would they last as long?
No.
Would they be as good for customers?
No, they wouldn't. In addition to just lasting longer because they don't rust. A lot of people mentioned how when a box is overfilled, what they like to do is take their equipment and try to smash it in. And that is not kind to these roll-off boxes. So you want heavier gauge steel boxes in order to withstand that. Otherwise they'll bow out and become useless.
Does Evergreen have the same number of containers out every month, or does it fluctuate?
It fluctuates.
Is there a busier season in this area?
Typically, yeah, we see it in the spring, and then busiest month is generally October. That's when people are trying to wrap jobs up. This last year, as everybody stated, was kind of an anomaly, so we stayed busy through the winter this year.
Does Evergreen keep its containers in a yard in Clark County?
Yes.
Where's that at?
It's located at Valley Recycling.
Okay. And does Evergreen have indoor space where it can put containers if we might need?
Yes, it works out great in the wintertime. And I believe it's Brian from the landfill had stated, no, Dave from the landfill had stated that he's seen a lot of people up there having to thaw boxes out. We have an advantage that we can take those boxes back to our yard and place them at our indoor wash bay overnight to thaw out. So we're not having to sit up at the landfill holding a torch for 2 or 3 hours trying to get a box thawed out.
Okay. Can you explain why a box freezes?
Yes, yeah, wintertime, you get moisture in those boxes, it freezes overnight, and anything that's inside that container is now a garbage ice cube. Very hard to remove. So typically, you're spending a lot more time at the landfill in the winter when you are hauling boxes, just trying to thaw them out. That's why we love to be able to utilize our shop for that.
Is it uncommon to have a roll-off container ice up?
Not at all.
What would your option be if you didn't have an indoor space to take those boxes?
2 options are you either sit up there at the landfill until you get it completely thawed out, or bring it back to the yard and try to haul it back on another day when it warms up.
Okay. And when you say try to get it thawed out at the landfill, what do you have to do for that?
We carry a 5-gallon propane tank and a torch, looks like a weed burner torch on the truck, and you raise it up just enough that you can go back and forth on both sides of the box until it thaws out and it'll slide out. It's a lot of fun, as you can imagine.
Does that take time?
Yes, absolutely.
Does that reduce a driver's capacity for a day?
Yes, yeah. What you can do in the summer, you can get between 8 to 10 hauls done, depending on where they're at. That can get down to 4 hauls in the winter if it's a really bad day. Easy.
Okay. And using that torch, is that hard on the container?
It will, yeah, it doesn't necessarily just weaken the steel, but it will take that paint off that I mentioned is on there to help keep it from rusting. And then you're having to constantly repaint it. Yeah.
Will it shorten the lifespan of a container if you do that repeatedly?
Yeah.
How many drivers for roll-off containers does Evergreen employ?
Full-time drivers, it's 3, but then we have supervisors and 3 float drivers that all fill in depending on need on a daily basis, and then myself as well.
You'll get up there in a roll-off truck?
Absolutely, yes.
You have a CDL?
I do. I've had it since I was 18.
Do all your drivers have CDLs?
Yes.
Is having a CDL alone enough to get hired by Evergreen?
No, not at all.
What else do you require?
Well, a CDL, I consider it a privilege to have one. And in order to keep it, you do have to get a physical at least every 2 years to make sure you're physically able to continue to drive and be part of a random drug screening program. I just had a random drug screen 2 weeks ago.
And do all of your employees have drug screens?
Yes.
Do your drivers also need to be fit?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they have to pass a physical, like I said, every 2 years. You have to get your medical card renewed. You have to keep that on you the whole time you are operating a vehicle.
Now, does Evergreen pay its roll-off drivers an hourly wage?
Yes,
Does Evergreen also provide benefits?
yes, we do.
What kind of benefits does Evergreen provide?
Very good health insurance. Let's see, PTO, we have a employee share purchase program. It's very, very good. And then we do a 5% match on a 401k.
That health insurance, is that for the employee only or is that for the whole family?
No, for their entire family.
That costs Evergreen some money? For
Absolutely. Yeah.
Health insurance isn't cheap.
No, it's not.
In your experience, does providing benefits important to driver retention?
It absolutely is. Yeah, we just rehired a driver that had left several years ago for a job that paid more money but didn't offer benefits, and started to rack up some medical bills and realized how important that health insurance was, and just restarted with us a few weeks ago.
If you have a driver who is sick or goes on vacation, do you just cancel his route?
No, we do not. No.
What do you do?
That's where having those 3 float drivers as well as 2 op supervisors and myself that all have CDLs can step in and fill in.
What if they've gotten sick and need to be out for 6 weeks? Are you gonna be unable to provide service?
No,
You can cover that?
we can cover that, yeah.
In addition to requiring that drivers have CDLs, does Evergreen provide any other safety training that they expect of their drivers?
Yeah, we have tailgate meetings. We have a monthly safety meeting, and in addition to the tailgate meetings, which are safety meetings. And then we also put all our drivers through a defensive driver training program called the Smith system. Myself, as well as several other people at our site, are all certified trainers in that program. And then we put all our drivers through that annually. It's actually good for 2 years, but we put them through it every year. It is a very highly respected program. In fact, once you go through that program and are signed off on it, you can take the certificate that we give you to your car insurance and get reduced rates based on going through that program.
And all your drivers do that?
Yes.
And did you say it's annually based?
We do it annually. It lasts for 2 years, but we do it every year, basically as a refresher. Yeah.
When you're hiring a driver, do you look at their driving record?
Yes. Yep. Background check as well as pulling their MVR, see any kind of violations they've had and everything like that. Yeah.
If they have driving violations, does that preclude you from hiring them?
It depends on what they are, but yeah, we have absolutely turned down candidates that interviewed really well. Once we got their MVR back, if there's stuff on there that we don't like, we will tell them we're not interested. Yeah.
Can it be a challenge to hire a good employee?
It can, but in my opinion, it's well worth it. My family shares the same roads as our drivers, so I'm not going to put somebody behind the wheel of one of these vehicles that I wouldn't feel comfortable out there with my family.
And that's a good point. These roll-off trucks, they're heavy vehicles?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And a 30-yard container, how much can you load that down with?
Typically, 7 tons. It all depends on what the material is. With roll-off, it's your biggest risk is the way they're loaded. You don't know if it's going to be top heavy, if it's going to be heavier on one side of the vehicle. That's why it's so important for our drivers to go through the programs they do to make sure they're not having a rollover incident or rear-ending somebody.
Sure, if you get a top heavy container, you're more likely to roll,
Absolutely.
go off the road.
Yep.
Or a sideways loaded container.
Right, exactly.
And if one of these vehicles carrying a roll-off is in a wreck, can they cause more damage than, say, my light duty truck?
Absolutely, yes, yeah, it can be deadly.
You were here for some of the testimony earlier, and there was mention of Lisa a lot.
Yes.
Do you recall that? Who is Lisa?
Lisa is my hero. She handles our roll-off mainly here in Kalispell. She's been in Kalispell for a long time. When somebody orders a roll-off, that's who ultimately they're going to speak with prior to it being delivered.
Okay. And let's go through the process for, let's say I need a roll off at my house. And so if I call Evergreen, who am I calling?
Whoever answers the phone, and obviously it's not necessarily just gonna be Lisa when you call.
Is it somebody here in Kalispell?
Yes, everybody is in Kalispell that you would speak with, yes.
And so I'll talk to a general customer service representative first?
Yeah,
And will that person be able to tell me whether I can get service?
no, basically that person's just there to give you the basics. The majority of calls that come in for roll-off are people just requesting rates. They might be bidding a job. They're just trying to get an idea of cost and lead time. And we'll send out the contract to them at that point, let them know if they're interested, call us back. And then Lisa would be the one that handles that. She's the one that initiates a site check if it's needed. She gets on Google Earth looking at pictures of the driveway to see if there's any issues she can notice. And that's who handles it from there.
Okay, and so if I call in, I'll get some general information on rates and a contract sent to me. Does that come through mail or will you email that?
Yeah, generally people don't want to wait for mail and we can email that right away, yeah.
Okay, and when I return that, can I email it to?
Absolutely.
Evergreen?
Yep.
Okay, and when that contract is returned, does that get routed to Lisa then specifically if it's a roll-up request?
Yes.
And then what happens next? Does Lisa call or?
Lisa will call, talk to the customer, see what kind of job they're doing. If it's going to be multiple bins they anticipate needing, if it's a one-time thing, give an idea of what size they want. The reason it goes through her is for scheduling purposes. She's the one who schedules all the roll-offs for our drivers. So to keep it from getting complicated and having multiple people trying to add it in at once, it's best to just go through Lisa for that, so.
And so once it gets to Lisa, she can tell me what my timing is for a delivery?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what your timing is for delivery since you've been with Evergreen?
Typically it's just a day or two, really.
Okay. And when I talk to Lisa, does Evergreen give you a date for when they expect to be able to deliver the container?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned Lisa is here in Kalispell as well?
Yes,
All of your customer service representatives for Evergreen are based in Kalispell?
that's correct, yes.
Has Lisa been recognized within Waste Connections as an exemplary employee?
Yes, it's actually, she just won, for this last year, she won the customer service award for our entire region for Waste Connections, so. I'm not sure what the exact total it is, but it's over 1,000 customer service representatives. She's recognized as the top one in the company. In our region.
Is it important to Evergreen to have good customer service?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's with being in a state that has the PSC, it's to me it's not a right, but it's a privilege to be part of the PSC. That's why we have people like Jen, where our other sites around the country, we don't necessarily have a Jen. It's an extra level of customer service to make sure we're providing and we're fit, willing, and able to provide service to everybody.
Andy, I'm gonna jump backwards a little. When we were talking about vehicles, we talked about some of their maintenance. Did you go through tires on roll-off vehicles?
Yeah, don't get me started. Tires on roll off. We average about just in roll off about right now, just over the last 3 or 4 months, about 8 flat tires per week on our roll off trucks. I have to take those to Les Schwab to get repaired.
Okay, and do the tires need to be replaced frequently?
Absolutely, yep.
Is driving up at the landfill hazardous sometimes?
Yes, it is.
Were you here when Mr. Hill testified that $12,000 was a reasonable amount to budget for maintenance?
For maintenance, yes.
Based on your experience, is that realistic?
No, we definitely couldn't do that.
There was a discussion with Mr. Pretney earlier that this past winter was pretty mild, correct?
Yes,
Even that said, do you ever have slick roads in Flathead County?
absolutely.
Do you have issues with slide offs?
Yep.
What happens if a roll-off container slides off the road? Is it easy to just get a tow truck out there?
If our truck slides off the road,
Yeah.
yeah, no, because you have to call in a heavy record. You can't just call any old tow truck to come get you back on the road. So yeah, it takes a lot of time and very expensive.
And if you only have that one truck, would you be not able to serve there for some period of time because of that slide off?
Correct.
Have you ever seen a roll-off vehicle slide off the road?
Yes, numerous times.
Okay, it's not.
It's not uncommon. No.
Okay. Does Evergreen invest in safety for its drivers
Absolutely.
and its vehicles?
Yes.
Can you give me some examples?
We provide all the safety gear they need, hard hats, eye protection, gloves. We pay for their boots every year, so they make sure they get new boots every year. Safety vests, all their uniforms, high vis clothing.
And have you invested in software that helps with safety?
Helps with safety? Yes, absolutely.
What
Yeah.
is that?
What we use in our trucks, it's a drive cam. It's by Lytics is the name of the company we use. They're in all of our trucks. There are cameras that are front facing. They face the driver, and then we have them all around the vehicle. It's also powered partially by AI to where, say a driver's driving down the road and picks up his cell phone and is looking at it on the highway, I would get notified within a couple of minutes that we have a concerning video to watch, and I would be able to see it and reach directly out to the driver. So yeah, it helps keep us safe. It's used for coaching and it's used for exoneration as well.
Does it keep the public safer?
Absolutely. I have one in the work pickup that I drive home every day. So I am a safer driver because that's in there.
And I think you testified about this a little last year. I think you said that you're not allowed to eat when you're driving.
Correct.
Okay, you're expecting your employees to pull off to the side of the road
Yep, absolutely.
and they have their phone to their ear?
When they're driving, no, absolutely not.
Is it safe to do that?
No, it's not, in my opinion. It's you're driving one of these, vehicles that can be 60,000 pounds down the road. It's our responsibility to be 100% focused on what we're doing, the task at hand. I'm not distracted by food, drink, or your phone or anything.
And I believe Merrill Hill, you were here when she testified, correct?
Mhm.
And she said that Mitchell and Adam could take calls when they were on the road. Is that a safe practice in your experience?
No.
So I think we talked about this a little, but in the last year or two, what is the typical time if a customer calls and says, I need a delivery? I think you said a day or two?
Mhm.
Okay. Is it reasonable to provide same day service?
Reasonable, no. There's times when we absolutely can, especially if a customer is in a pinch, we can flex and get that, but yeah, expecting that, no, that's not reasonable.
Okay, is that because you're scheduling for the next day?
Exactly. The schedule's already been made. Say a customer calls and says, hey, I have an emergency, I need this now. Lisa will take that call, take it in consideration. If we have a cancellation or something happens or we're able to squeeze it in and into the driver's day, we can do that. It's, part of the drivers having this schedule, we are limited in how many hours our drivers can work in a day because we have CDLs. The FMCSA regulates that we can't have our drivers going over 14 hours in a day. They can't go over 60 hours in a 7-day period or 70 hours in an 8-day period. So they are limited to what they can do individually. That's why it's important to have multiple drivers. If we've had in the past drivers that have tried to have a second job while working with us, and we've had to let them know you have to track your hours in that other job because that counts as on duty hours against the 60-hour work week. So if you had somebody that was trying to mechanic on the side or having another job on the side, they would have to be tracking those hours before they drove, so they don't go over their 60 hours, which is a federal motor carrier standard.
And I believe you were here when Mr. Snead testified, correct?
Yes.
And he testified, I believe, that he would keep working at his current excavation business and help out at NWS.
Correct.
Based on your understanding, is that reasonable given CDL requirements?
I mean, it'd obviously be very hard. He would have to keep track of how many hours he's working on the excavation side and know how many hours he has left to drive. But to try to do both full time, you couldn't do that. You'd be violating the FMCSA standards. So
When you've had employees try to do work on the side, have they bumped up against those maximum hours?
yes, and we are cautious of that before they leave for the day. We know how many hours they have during the week, and we pull them off route before they hit that because it's unacceptable. There's times when we have breakdowns and things like that, but that's why we don't go over 12 hours just to give ourselves a buffer in case something happens.
Okay. Now, in addition to delivery, folks can call for pickups, and that, I think there's been some testimony, that can be either a turnaround or a swap. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. When would you use either one?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I think we had some testimony on sometimes it's a turnaround where you remove the container and then bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's a swap where you bring an empty container and swap it for the full container.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically that's usually if we're limited in the space we have available. If we can't drop 2 bins off side by side, we'll just do what we call a round trip, pick it up, dump it and take it back. It's the same price if it's a swap or a dump and exchange. It's not really the customer's fault if that's what we have to do. The compactors, Dave was mentioning earlier our contract with the county where we haul that recycling. All the cardboard is in compactors. It's something I'm very proud of that we can provide next day service for all those recycle bins. Because we have to drive all the way out to Big Fork to get the cardboard compactor, bring it to Valley, dump it, take it all the way back and come back. It's a 4-hour job. And we find out about that by 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon and have to complete it by the following day. We have had 0 issues since I've been here with being able to stick to that contract.
Okay. In your time in Evergreen up in Tallis, up here in Flathead County, what's the typical time if I call in and say, hey, I need a container emptied? What's your typical turnaround time for that?
Typically 1 to 2 days. There's always exceptions. Like I had mentioned earlier, we can usually get between 8 and 10 boxes done a day. Well, one of my drivers today had an exchange up in Essex. So he's not getting 8 boxes done today. If you guys know where Essex is at.
That's a good distance.
Yes, yes.
And if I call as a customer, is Evergreen able to tell me when that pickup will occur?
Yes.
Okay, if I call for a pickup and I say I need a pickup, you'll tell me 1 to 2 days, whatever the date is, correct?
Yes, instead of 1 to 2 days, we'll tell you the day that you're gonna be on the schedule, yes.
And if I were to say, gosh, I need it sooner, can you fit me in? Will Evergreen try to work with that?
Absolutely, that's always the goal, and that's where Lisa really shines.
Okay, how does Evergreen try to work people?
Basically, we always try to leave a little room on the schedule anyways, because like we've stated, we don't know until 3 o'clock how many of the county's recycle boxes are gonna need to be emptied. Some days there's 0, some days it'll be 4 or 5, so we always have to leave room anyway. And a lot of times that's when Lisa can squeeze in those customers that are, we can call them a 911, they need this box dumped as soon as possible. That's when we can squeeze them in, so.
You were here when Mitchell Hill testified that he had called for service in called for a box removal in December, and he came back to his employee came back to the job site in January and saw that it hadn't been done.
Yes,
Was that a missed pickup?
absolutely. Yep, we made a mistake. Yep.
What did Evergreen do in response to that mistake?
We removed the box as soon as we were notified that it was still out there, and we credited back rent that had been charged for the days it sat there. Lisa was right on it, which is what I expect. We're gonna make mistakes. It's how we learn from them and our response to them that truly measures what kind of company we are.
And so looking at your records, did you see that request for the removal had come in the Friday before Christmas week?
It came in, I think around noon on Friday, right before Christmas. Yes, correct. And we did let the staff out early that weekend too. So it came out right at the end of the day. It's not an excuse, but that's what happened.
So as soon as Evergreen learned of it, you fixed it?
Yes.
And you refunded any rent charges?
Yes, correct.
Did anyone have to ask for that?
No.
Your knowledge, has Evergreen ever denied roll-off service?
Denied, no.
Based on the testimony you've heard, do you have concerns that NWS would serve the easier to reach customers and not go to, say, Essex?
It's absolutely a concern, especially if you're starting a company with so few boxes. What my concern would be is that they do basically what I call cherry picking, where they're going to choose the easier stuff and leave us with the burden that we have with PSC, where we have to be willing and able to service everybody. We're gonna be the ones out in Essex where they're doing the jobs here in town, the easy ones. Yeah, that would be a concern.
Could you grab the binder that's marked NWS exhibits, please?
This one?
Yeah, I think so. I'd like you to turn to tab 10 there, the document marked NWS. And NW services, exhibit 10 on the bottom right. See that? It says
Yes.
executive summary at the top.
It's
Okay. Turning to page NWS 24 in the bottom right hand corner. See that?
Yeah, exhibit 24. Okay.
And on subpart 2B, it has some estimated monthly rental prices.
Sorry, I'm ready. You said this is exhibit 24. Am I in the right one?
Or exhibit 10.
Oh, sorry.
And it's the page NWS 24
Okay,
within there.
perfect.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, you see, it says 2 waste connections, DBA Evergreen disposal.
Yes.
Is Evergreen assume business name for Waste Connections to your knowledge?
Yes,
On B, it says pricing and it has some estimated monthly rentals for 20 and 30 yards containers, correct?
correct.
Are those accurate?
No,
Do you know where those numbers came from?
not a clue.
Okay. Are those higher than Evergreen's monthly rentals?
Yes, they are.
So would you say this document's not accurate in that regard?
Correct.
Looking further on that. It says market gaps and opportunities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. It says transparent, the last block says transparent competitive pricing with no hidden fees that all clients can understand easily. Does Evergreen include hidden fees?
No, we do not.
Do you include fuel surcharges in billing?
No, we do not.
I'd like you to turn to the exhibit that's been admitted that's marked NW and marked 14 on that tab. You do that?
Yes.
Or this, excuse me, this one was not admitted. And if you look at pages NWS 37 through 39. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, those are our invoices.
Okay. Have you looked at these before?
I think I have seen these before, yes.
Okay, do they appear accurate?
Let me just double check here. Yes,
Okay, and so when it says, let's turn to NWS 39 specifically. Okay.
Yep.
And if you look on the last line there, it has roll off rent.
yes,
Correct?
yes.
And it looks like this is for Swank Headworks 1385 Larkin Lane. Are you familiar with that project?
No, not really, no.
I'll represent that it's down not too far from Summers.
Yes,
Okay. You recall that project now?
yes, yes.
And this has a $711 fee. Do you know what size container Swank was using at this site?
That'd be for a 30-yard.
Okay. Is that accurate as to what
Yes,
your rates were?
yep.
Okay. Great. If you could put a tab on that page, and I'm gonna ask you to swing back and forth a little here. And much how Mr. Sandry punished Mr. Pretney, I'm gonna ask you to do some math.
Oh, man.
Could you turn back to NWS 11?
Okay.
Okay. And so, this is, you've heard testimony about this being NWS's rate sheet, correct?
Correct.
Except I believe Mr. Hill testified they would not offer a daily rental rate, correct?
Right.
Okay. So let me grab my new notebook because all I need on paper. New one. Okay, so looking at this page NWS 39 that I had you tab, going back to that one,
Yes,
we have your monthly rent.
$711, yes.
Okay. And we have, it looks like one roll-off haul that month, correct?
On the 12th, yes, at $249.20.
And it looks like you also charge a disposal fee for 4.77, is that tons?
4.77 tons at $44.96
Okay,
for $214.46, yes.
okay. We have those up. I think it would probably come to your 1174.66, right?
Yeah, we can double check.
Excellent.
1174.66. Yes.
Okay. So the math.
Yes.
Okay, now let's look at NWS's price sheet here and compare that.
Okay.
So you said that that was a 30-yard container Swank used, you know that, right?
Yes,
Okay, so their 30-yard monthly rent looks like $620, correct?
that's what it looks like to me.
Okay. And is Summers, is this job site within or outside of 10 miles from the landfill?
I think it's probably pretty close. Should we Google it? Because I'm not 100% positive.
I'll represent to you that it's outside 10 miles.
Okay.
Okay,
Over 10
assuming that
miles,
it's
okay.
outside 10 miles. What's the hauling fee?
The hauling fee outside 10 miles would be $333.
Okay. And then it says dumping fees per ton of 42, and we had 4.77 tons, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what's that come to?
$1,153.34.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to disagree with you on the math there. Let's do 4.77 times 42, right?
Let's see, 4.7.
Or you did all the math, didn't you, at once?
Yeah, that's probably what it is. 4.77 times 42 is $200.34.
Perfect.
The haul outside 10 miles is $333.
Okay, so if we do the monthly rent, one haul and the tonnage, what do you come to?
Yeah, $1,153.34.
Okay, so that's a difference of $21.26, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When I did the math, that came out to under 6% difference. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. And NWS's hauling rate is actually higher than Evergreen's, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you had the same customer, but they had 2 roll-off hauls in the month, would NWS's charges be less than or more than Evergreen's?
More than Evergreen's.
Okay. Is roll-off a personalized business, or is it something that's just scheduled? You know what's going to happen every week.
We definitely don't know what's going to happen every week. We do have our weekly scheduled customers, especially those customers with compactors at grocery stores, but other than that, there's a lot of swings, yeah.
Is it common for a customer to need more than 1 haul per month?
Absolutely. We have customers that we service 3 days a week with open tops, yes.
Okay. And so using the numbers NWS provided for those multi-trip customers, they wouldn't be saving money with NWS, would they?
Correct.
NWS, Ms. Hill talked about some scheduling software that NWS intends to use if it is granted a permit. Can you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Have you used scheduling software in your 20+ years in the business?
Yes, I have. Waste Connections has its own scheduling software that they have developed and yeah, I've used it for quite a while.
Okay. What's your experience with scheduling software specific to the roll-off industry?
It's a tool. It works great as a tool. AI has not replaced the human element. When I say that, I mean, that's why Lisa is so involved with the scheduling. Your software can help you kind of try to navigate your day, but so often there's a customer that is requesting a delivery after 10 a.m. or gates are locked at a certain time, so your routing software that's showing you where to go doesn't necessarily know all that the human element adds to.
So when Ms. Hill testified that she was hoping it would be pretty automated, is that realistic based on your experience?
No.
We heard testimony today from folks who said they made calls and they prefer making calls, but you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Is that accurate based on your experience?
Yes, absolutely.
In your experience, are more customers looking for filling out a form online or calling for service?
People like the personal touch. We see it all the time. I am lucky enough that my office is right next to where Lisa is. And she's on a first name basis with the majority of all our customers that use us. And they want to be able to talk to her. Yeah.
Would it be reasonable to be able to service a new customer without having a personal call in the roll-off specifically?
No, in my experience, you're asking for problems. So those are the sites that you're gonna go out to where, there's a low overhead line that we weren't made aware of because somebody just clicked to order a container online, things like that. Those are all things we wanna know. We wanna know if there's hazards in the driveway, all kinds of questions that you're only gonna get by talking to the person rather than them just clicking or ordering something online.
Are you always able to service somebody just by talking to them on the phone, or sometimes you have to make a site visit?
We do a lot of site visits. That's a big chunk of my supervisor's job is going out to do site visits. This is places we haven't been. We have to make sure we have a safe area to put the box. There's no hazards that are gonna get in the way. And if there are hazards, we can then point them out to our driver before he goes out on site and knows what to look for to prevent any incidents as well.
Do you sometimes send a supervisor out with the driver?
Yes, yeah. The job that I spoke of up behind Boys Lake, we did last winter, excuse me. We sent a supervisor on the delivery and then on the first exchange just to go ahead and check the condition of the driveway since it was on a hill in winter to make sure we were gonna be able to get our truck in there. That happens as well.
I think we talked about this yesterday, but you've said that some customers have needs that can't be met with a roll-off container. Is that fair?
Yes,
We talked about somebody with a tiled driveway.
yes.
Okay. Is it feasible to place a roll-off container on a tiled driveway, or is that going to cause issues?
Yeah, that'll cause issues. We can get creative at times. We'll, suggest they buy very thick plywood, put it down on the tile. We might be able to put it on that. Or get permission from, if it's an HOA, get permission from them or the county or the city if we can leave it out at the end of the driveway on the road. There's definitely times we just can't get a box in the driveway. Yeah.
And if you can't get a roll-off container, can you offer from the other lines of service?
We generally can, yeah. Front loads are a lot easier because you can wheel them out. Like I had mentioned, those high hook, the smaller 10-yard roll-off trucks, you can get those in a lot tighter spots. That's Kenworth T880. It's about 35 feet long. It's a great big roll-off truck. That's why we have some smaller trucks to be able to. You can't service everybody with a truck that size. So.
Okay. So in your experience, you need more than a T880 to serve the needs in Flathead County.
Absolutely.
There was testimony from some contractors who said that they were frustrated when companies wouldn't serve overfilled containers. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
Is it a safe idea for Evergreen to have its employees jump in a container and start stomping?
No, it's unfortunate because it does happen a lot despite how many times Lisa, and it's in the paperwork not to overfill the container, but we don't allow our drivers to climb up on the side of the container to try to level them off. It's an incident waiting to happen. They don't know what's in the container. They can get stuck by something. They can slip off the container. So yeah, our practice when we go out there, we take pictures, we get a hold of Lisa. If somebody is around that can level it off quickly, we'll do that. Oftentimes we'll call and say, hey, get this leveled off and we can come back later. We'll do another job. That's when we can reorder the jobs they're doing. But we do not allow our drivers to get up and level loads.
But you do offer alternatives when you can get a hold of someone.
Yep, that's where the customer service goes hand in hand with safety. Safety always has to come first, but we don't want to jeopardize customer service and use that as an excuse, so.
There's a lot of testimony about things that happened in 2020, 2021, 2022. You were in the garbage industry at that time,
Yes,
and this was after COVID, is that fair?
yes,
Okay.
during and after, yeah.
In the aftermath of the COVID epidemic, were there effects on the garbage business?
Absolutely, yeah. I was in Jackson, Wyoming at that time. And so I wasn't here to see firsthand any struggles that Evergreen may have had, but I do know the supply chain issues. Companies all over the country were having trouble getting boxes. You had this influx, you had people moving in and out of areas. It was just kind of chaos. Jackson, I think, was similar to here in that, you guys have Glacier here, there was Yellowstone in Jackson, so this is an area that attracted people, saw a lot of growth, and it was hard. I know staffing was hard in Jackson, just getting the containers to service people was hard in Jackson, so I think it was similar here, so I'm not surprised to hear some of those complaints at all.
Were there supply chain and procurement issues?
Absolutely,
Was it hard to get containers?
Yep,
Was it hard to get a new truck if you needed?
yes.
Hard to
Yes.
get something worked on?
Exactly,
Is that the situation here today?
no,
Has that been the situation in the last year?
it has not been the situation, no,
Is it a more stable situation now?
yes.
You talked about Jackson. There was testimony given that more competition was better. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Jackson's in Wyoming, correct?
Correct.
Is garbage hauling regulated by the equivalent of the PSC in Wyoming?
No, that's, Jackson is still wild, wild west. It's a completely open market. In my time there, on average, there would be 4 to 5 haulers per roll-off. I say average because you get people starting and then the business wouldn't work out and then close up and, yeah, so you would think having all that competition that prices would be very low, but actually the prices are higher in Jackson than they are here for roll-off boxes, even though it's an open market with multiple competitors.
Do people have faster service time with that open market?
No, one example I can think of, just because it was humorous but sad at the same time. We had, people trying to build all this stuff to keep up with the demand. They called us and we were about 10 days out on when we could even deliver a box. So they said, heck with that, and started calling around. Later that day, they called us back and said, well, you guys are the quickest. So yeah, go ahead and get me on the schedule for 10 days from now.
So open competition didn't solve the problem of wait times?
No.
Andy, you were here for all of the shipper testimony today, correct?
Yes.
And you were here for testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to go through a couple of those, a couple of the matters that came up. We talked to a gentleman from Finmark Construction. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he testified, that he wasn't aware of any issues with his last job with Evergreen at 400 Majestic Drive. Do you recall that?
I do, and that's actually the job I have been referencing a couple times. That was up above Foy's Lake, where we sent the supervisor up there during the delivery and the first exchange. Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Sandry elicited testimony from him in his redirect that there could have been issues, but maybe the guy didn't know. Do you remember that?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Did you check Evergreen's records related to that job at 400 Majestic Drive?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you find for timing for when the delivery was provided versus when it was ordered?
The delivery was done the day after it was called in order.
Okay. And were there swaps or just a removal on that?
There was one swap and then a removal.
Okay. How long did it take after a request for a swap for that removal to occur?
Next day.
Okay, 1 day?
1 day.
Okay, and when they called for a removal, how long did that take?
Next day as well.
Okay. And did you have any notes in your system that would indicate there were any problems on that site?
No problems other than, we wanted to send our supervisor up there on the delivery and the swap due to the weather to make sure we could get in the driveway. So,
Okay, and sending your supervisor up there with your driver, that costs Evergreen more, right?
yes,
You charge more for that?
no.
There was a discussion with the gentleman from Swank. He talked about a job at the airport that went on for some number of years. Are you familiar with that job?
Yes,
Okay, and he testified that it had taken about a week when he requested a third container. And this is a lidded container, specialized container,
lidded
correct?
container, correct, yeah.
Okay, did you review Evergreen's records after listening to that testimony?
Yes.
What did you discover?
I believe he requested that on a Wednesday for the third container, and we were able to bring it the following Monday.
Okay. So 3 business days?
Correct.
And that's a specialized container,
It
correct?
is, yes.
And did it need work on the lid?
Yeah, generally, it happens a lot with those lidded containers. They require more maintenance. They get beat up out on job sites. People tend to load them with equipment. The lid only goes up so far. It's a chain lid. So it's really easy to damage those. So yeah.
Would it be more important to get a container to the airport fast or have one that has a proper lid?
Yeah, it has to have a proper lid. Like I said before, safety comes before customer service. We take something out there just to try to appease the customer and it's got a hole in it and we lose material out on the runway or hauling it to the landfill. And that's a huge safety issue.
He also testified about a job at 48 Claremont. Do you recall that?
45 Claremont.
45
Yeah,
Claremont.
yeah.
Thank you. And did you look at Evergreen's records with respect to that site?
Yes, yeah, it's an ongoing job they have, yes.
Okay. And when they request, do you have records of when Swank requested service for that job?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I do know because I saw it come through earlier today, they had requested an additional container. Just called it in today and requested it to be delivered on June 2nd. I do recall that.
Okay.
Prior to that, I don't know of any issues.
Okay. Nothing indicated that there was an issue there?
No.
And you don't recall whether you're able to deliver the initial container to that site the next day?
I believe we were able to do next day service on the first delivery when they started that job, yes.
And there was a gentleman from Columbia Falls that testified, and I know this isn't a roll-off container,
Mhm.
but he testified that he had gotten a commercial dumpster that he.
Yes,
did a
yes.
different-
Yes, I looked into that. That was at his car washing building, I believe. And yeah, it's a 2 cubic yard front load container that he ordered from us.
Okay, and that's not a roll-off container?
No, it's not.
Okay. If a customer calls and says, I don't like this container, do you have other options?
We do. So with our front load containers, I know this is kind of outside the scope of what we're doing here, but we have multiple different styles of those containers as well. Both plastic and metal. The reason for plastic, you'll see those a lot up in the Hutton Ranch area because we have to pull them out of enclosures. It's safer for our drivers if it's a plastic container than a metal one on wheels. So there's many different styles. He didn't specify if it was going to be in an enclosure or not. So we took him one of our metal containers that we have there. Yeah. But if he was not satisfied, which I didn't learn about until today, we don't have any records of him not liking the container that was provided. We certainly could have provided a different container for him. Yeah.
And if he calls up and asks for a different container, you could provide that?
Absolutely.
And then there was one of NWS's last witnesses talked about that he had called just today to request a roll-off container.
Yes.
And he said he was told that there were none available.
Yes.
Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I heard it, and obviously I was concerned and asked the team what was going on. He had just reached out and spoke with one of our other customer service representatives that answered the phone to give information on roll-off containers. If he would have got to the point where he was ordering them or anything, he would have spoken with Lisa. She had stated that she wasn't sure how many 30-yard bins we had available, but knew we had a lot of 20-yard bins available is what she had told him, as well as sending him the contract.
And when you're referring to she, you're talking about one of your general CSRs?
One of my general CSRs, her name is Sherry, yeah.
Okay, and we talked about, your process is that if I call for a roll-off service, I talk to a general CSR who sends me the contract, at which time it goes to leave.
Correct. And they don't have knowledge of, because it changes every day of what our inventory is. They don't have exact knowledge of how many containers we have. That's something that Lisa gets. From actually our container welder. He also does a container count every day. So we know exactly how many of every size container we have available to see if we're starting to run low somewhere or anything like that.
Okay, and so if this gentleman had filled out a contract, he would have been able to actually get good data on when a delivery could happen?
Correct.
Okay, he just hadn't taken all the steps.
Yes.
NWS testified, just going back a little bit here, that they would offer weekly minimum rentals. Is there a need in Flathead County for daily roll-offs rentals?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of those small projects where, not everybody has the ability to load up all their stuff in their car and take it down to one of the green box sites. If they're cleaning out their garage, it's sometimes it's a 1-day thing. They just need to have a quick project to do. So there's a lot of that. That's a lot of our roll-up business.
Okay, and I just wanna make sure I'm understanding, and then I promise I will let you go. You talked about that ideally in the summer, you can run 8 to 10 routes a day on roll-off, if everything's going right?
If everything's going right, depending on where the jobs are, yeah, 8 to 10 per person. And in the summertime, we generally have four drivers.
Okay, but that can be affected by any number of things, including, I think we tested, I just wanna summarize, make sure I'm getting it, lines at the dump.
Absolutely.
Could affect
It's
that.
something we didn't talk about. Getting into the dump and is still easy. It's hard when you get up on what we call the dump face, where we actually dump our trucks. It's always changing depending on how full the landfill is, but there can be a big line up there of people trying to get into dump. Sometimes you're waiting half an hour just to dump a load. And if you're trying to do 8 to 10 roll-off boxes per driver per day, that really adds up.
And you don't necessarily know how long it's going to take until you're there?
Right, exactly.
Okay. And if, in addition to lines at the dump, if the container's frozen, that can affect your number of hauls?
Yep.
The distance you're hauling can affect the number of hauls?
Many factors, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Truck breakdowns, yep.
Okay, and so if you are running with one truck only, factoring in the realistic delays, do you think that you can realistically serve 8 to 10 customers a day on average?
8 to 10 a day, no, and this is 8 to 10 over 4 drivers in the summer, so we're talking a total of 36 to 40 bins a day.
Yeah.
That's what we have to do in order to be fit, willing, and able to service everybody in Flathead County under our PSC license. So there's, how would you ever do that with one truck? I don't know. It's not possible. That's where my worry about the cherry picking comes in.
Andy, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Public, any questions?
No questions from our public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No one else?
No questions.
Civic services, questions?
I've got a few. Mr. Ewing, you talked about some federal regulations relative to driving.
Yes.
All with the suggestion that maybe Mitch and Adam couldn't maintain their present jobs and then drive if they needed to or whatever. Is there a short haul exception?
The short haul exemption, it's 150 air miles from your base, and that changes it from a 12-hour time to a 14-hour time.
Right. And so how many hours a week?
It's still 60 hours in a 7-day period, 80 hours in an 8-day period.
And there's no obligation to maintain a logbook with that short haul exception, correct?
To maintain a logbook, no, but your hours of service are still regulated.
So it would be feasible for Adam, despite the fact that NW Services said it would hire drivers, to drive 20 hours a week and continue to do his excavation 40 hours a week?
Yes,
Okay. You moved to the Flathead in February of 2025, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And that's when you began work with Waste Connections, correct?
No, nope. I mentioned before, I came from Jackson, Wyoming. And I transferred from Jackson, Wyoming Waste Connections to here.
Oh, I see. So you were with Waste Connections in Jackson?
Yes.
Sorry, I should have caught that. Do you know who signed the protest that was submitted to PSC on behalf of Waste Connections?
Do I know who signed the protest?
Yeah.
In regards to Northwest Services application? No, I do not. If I had to guess, it'd be Rob Cloninger.
Okay. Is he from Texas?
Is he from, I've never met Rob.
All right. You mentioned something about the region, all in the context of Lisa winning an award, which is excellent.
Yep.
What region are you in, or we in?
Central region.
Okay. And what does that encompass?
Just area wise, basically you're asking?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Geographic area.
Okay. Basically Arizona to Minnesota, everything in between.
Okay. Pretty big region. Isn't it true that Republic and Evergreen really don't compete in Flathead County?
Our areas, yeah, they don't overlap. That's correct.
And so the pricing that Republic puts on their services is not super relevant to your pricing.
I have no idea what their pricing is, yeah. I
Maybe
think you
not.
had talked about it yesterday, but I'm sure I was sharing something. Well, I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it means that much or that little?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony last year, I think about the trucks you have. It sounds like you got a couple of new ones since then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're having problems with the new ones.
Yeah, the two that were most recently at Peterbilt, one was 2 years old and one was 1 year old, yeah.
And your other trucks, you had several with like 600,000 miles, right? You have some old trucks.
We now have one with that many miles. Yeah, we had scrapped another one. Yeah.
You indicated in response to questions from Jackie that the $12,000 in maintenance wouldn't be enough for you.
For us, correct.
Yeah, your equipment is much more vast than that contemplated by NW Services, even if they got the truck and the 40 bins, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so you're not saying that NW Services couldn't use the $12,000 maintenance per year?
Oh, absolutely not. You know, you never know what's gonna happen with the truck. You know, we just had to replace a wiring harness that cost us 30 grand on the truck.
Right.
That's one truck, so you never know.
And this is a small point, I really hate to even bring it up, but there was some testimony about Mitch and Adam shouldn't eat while they're driving trucks? Or make telephone calls?
That's my opinion, yeah.
You heard Merrill's testimony, correct, yesterday about the pulling over and making the call?
Yes.
Yeah, if Mitch had a call from somebody that had something to do with Sandry construction business, or Adam similarly had a call dealing with his excavation company and he pulled over, that would be appropriate, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And isn't that what Merrill said?
I didn't recall, I was answering the question. I thought I was answering the question about driving and answering the phone.
Right, I'm asking you about your recollection of yesterday's testimony at Merrill.
Okay.
The suggestion your counsel is that there would be this telephone talk while working for NW Services, driving a heavy truck.
Okay, yeah, I didn't recall what Merrill had said yesterday. I was just replying to the question as I thought I understood it.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your contract with Flathead County. You take pride, and you should, on your next day service that you're contractually bound to provide Flathead County.
Yes.
And so Flathead County is your priority, correct, in terms of next day service?
Yes, it's one of our priorities, but absolutely, that's what our contract says we'll do, and it's my reputation to try to stand by that. Yeah.
I understand. I'm gonna be critical of that.
No. Yeah.
Couldn't NW Service come into the market and contractually bind themselves to the same thing with several of their customers that are complaining about not getting timely service?
Could they come in and guarantee next day service is what you're saying?
They come in and be contractually obligated to provide next day service to Swank, to Martell, to Dick Anderson Construction, to whoever they wanted to contract with, and make it a priority like you do Flathead County.
Oh, I assume, yeah, they could make any contract they wanted. That's, yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Take a look at the example, that you did some public math with Jackie.
How'd I do?
I thought you did pretty good. My numbers matched yours and
Good.
Jackie's didn't, but you had an example about, I think it was in relation to, take a look at exhibit 14. And you were taking a look at a Swank job.
Wait, sorry, exhibit 14, I apologize.
Yeah, go to exhibit 14
Okay.
in the NWS book at page
Yes,
39.
39, okay.
And I'm not gonna ask you to add numbers there.
Oh, thank goodness.
Evergreen has a rate sheet, correct? That
Yeah.
you publish every year?
That we publish?
Yeah.
I don't know that we publish it online or anything, as far as I'm aware. I mean,
I have a rate sheet somewhere that says Evergreen on it, and it shows the various charges that you make.
okay.
Rent, delivery, dump, that kind of thing. Are you familiar with that sheet?
If you'd like to present it, I would imagine I know what it looks like. I'm sure I've come across it, but,
I'd love to present it, but I think it's on my desk.
gotcha.
Maybe tomorrow I'll give you a copy. But is there such a thing? You would know.
Yeah, I mean, rates vary depending on a lot of factors, yeah, so.
Now, my question, Mr. Ewing, is there such a sheet? That's printed by you guys, put together?
Yeah, I mean, we have a rate sheet depending on, yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. And so the rates went up across the board on all the categories. 5% from, let's call it 25 to 26 calendar year.
Probably about that, I would say. Yeah, that sounds close.
Okay. And there's a rate for delivery, correct?
Yes.
And is it currently $220?
Oh, man, now you're gonna ask me to try to remember. I couldn't tell you really off the top of my head what our delivery rate is.
Okay, but you would agree with me that the delivery rate of $220 wasn't taken into account in your math example that you did with Jackie, correct?
No, I don't think we discussed a delivery rate on there, no.
But to be fair, really to Mitch and NW Services, you should have added the 220 in, right?
We were just doing the math that was on this invoice, and there's no delivery charge on this invoice, because they have.
I know, but what you were doing was comparing and contrasting your rates to his. And intentionally leaving out the delivery rate so that it would appear as though NW Services rate was more than yours.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
That's right, correct, all that. If you added the $200 delivery rate in the example you did with Jackie, wouldn't you agree with me that Evergreen's rate would be higher than NWS's rate?
What was the delivery rate for Northwest Services? Is it delivery outside 10 miles is $333?
Yeah, and you added that number into there.
The delivery rate?
Yeah.
We did the haul rate of $333.
Right.
I don't recall if we added so you're saying we added the delivery rate into yours and did not add the delivery rate into the invoice that I read here is where
I was saying you didn't add the delivery rate because it's not on the invoice from Swank, that's what you said.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh. At the last hearing, you and I had a discussion about a customer being able to choose someone other than Republic or Evergreen to provide a service. Do you think it would be beneficial to the public to have that choice?
To have a choice other than Evergreen or Republic, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Well, I believe they have L&L as well.
Okay, let's say a choice other than those three.
Not necessarily, not if we're doing everything correct, which I feel we are. I don't see how it would be beneficial to add more trucks to the road. I came from an open market where there are lots of options and it didn't make anything safer.
You also worked in Oregon, correct?
Correct.
And that the state is regulated a little differently, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's a rate regulated state, correct?
It's, yes, basically, there is only one hauler allowed per area, no questions asked. They're held to different standards, everything else.
And the margins those haulers are making over there, when I say margin, I mean profit margin. So gross receipts, and then after all expenses, net number, comes out between 8 and 12%. Is that your experience?
I never dealt with margins while I was there.
Do you now?
Do I now? Yeah, more, I mean, I don't control our margins. That's my accountant. I'm not the number nerd, but.
Do you know what, your margins are for the, flathead work you guys do?
No, I wouldn't have anything like that broken out, no.
You voiced a concern, last year and now today that NW Services, should it be allowed to enter the market, would cherry pick your customers in the more denser areas, leaving you existing carriers to fetch pretty much.
To carry the burden of the PSC license where we have to be able to service everybody, yeah.
Wouldn't you agree that if you provided, if you were the provider that gave the best service and the best price, you wouldn't have to worry about it?
No.
Somebody cherry picking from you.
No, because like I said, we have to be able to service everybody. So there are lots of jobs out there where it's easier to make more money. We can't just go after those jobs. We have to be willing to take any calls we get. If we had limited boxes and could go, sorry, we're out of boxes for you, but this guy down the road, yeah, we'll be able to service him. I don't think that's fair. And that's what my concern would be.
But you're servicing that customer right now, correct?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, while still servicing all the other ones.
All the hard stuff and the easy stuff, yeah. And so my concern is that Northwest Services would be able to just take the stuff close to the landfill, all the easy stuff, and we're left with doing everything else.
Which you already had to do anyway, correct?
But by not having all the stuff that's close and easy, it makes it that much harder for us to maintain our fleet, maintain everything else we're doing, serving the community with our recycle boxes, everything else, by only having to go do all the hard stuff.
I see. So what it comes down to is that if you can't have the easy stuff, you might not generate the revenue to enable you to continue in business.
Yeah, I think basically our rates are kind of an average of everything we do. So if all the easier stuff to do is being done by Northwest Services and us just being left with all the stuff from the outskirts and the perimeters, all the harder stuff. Yeah, that would be harder.
But again, using that same sort of thread, couldn't you provide better service and better prices than a new entrant like NW Service and retain that business?
Objection asked to be answered.
I don't think it's been answered.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Oh, can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Couldn't Evergreen, in this instance, provide better service and better pricing or a combination than NW Services and retain the business that's the best business where you make your money?
I don't know. I mean, we strive to provide the best service we possibly can already. So to say, can you do better? I feel like I can always do better, but.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 26, I think.
The dumpster size.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And I want you to take a look at NWS 137.
Okay.
That's in your service area, I think, down by Eagle Bend.
175 McDowell.
Right.
Can I Google that real quick? I've never heard of the address.
It's my house. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is your house or whatever? So the reason I've never heard of that is because we don't service that area.
Okay. Wasn't there a witness that said you provided service at the Eagle Bend Golf Course?
I believe that was he said something about a roll-off job. That was before I was here, so I don't even know where that golf course is. Yeah.
It's right across the street from my house.
Okay.
That you don't service that area?
We do not, no.
Okay. All right. All right, let's take my office, 221 First Avenue.
221 First Avenue.
Can you service that area?
Is it here in Kalispell?
It's downtown Kalispell.
Is it 221 First Avenue Northeast?
No,
Okay.
just 221 First Avenue.
Okay, let me try that. We do very little business downtown. The city of Kalispell hauls trash inside the city limits, so.
Yeah, but what I'm looking for is a 20-yard dumpster.
Okay.
What would my price be for a 9-day rental? Just to keep it commensurate with what Republic has going on.
I would have to get a rate sheet, which I don't have to accurately give you that price.
As you sit here today, you can't even give me a ballpark figure.
Ballpark, no, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. This is not I don't handle the pricing on the day-to-day roll off part of the business. That's something Lisa would handle.
Okay. Right, not to beat the dead horse, but would you know what the rental fee would be for me, the rental portion of it?
Objection asked and answered.
And
Okay. Right, so you know no components? Any price?
I don't know enough to feel comfortable giving you any kind of ballpark because I just don't know exactly what our charges are on that.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just one question.
Yeah.
For you, Mr. Ewing.
Yes.
With clarification. I think you mentioned in your testimony about a contract. And if I understood things correctly, that contract is sent to prospective customers after they make an initial inquiry. Is that right?
Correct.
And then my understanding is that you mentioned there's something in the contract that deals with overfilling of the container. Is that
Correct. Yes.
Is that contract that is given prior to the time that a customer actually requests service, is that the only contract that the customer enters into, just that one contract?
Correct.
Okay, and that contract says something about the overfilling?
Yes, it does. Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all I have. If there is any questions? No. Any requests based upon my question?
None from Republic.
LNL? No. NW Services?
Nothing.
Evergreen Redirect?
Yes, please, thank you. Andy Bukowski is asking you about the roll-off agreement.
Yes. The agreement. Yes.
That's what you call it internally,
That's correct. Yeah.
and it requires you not to overfill containers.
Correct.
And Ms. the gentleman from the landfill talked about generators being responsible for bringing improper waste to the landfill, correct?
Correct.
Does the agreement also cover, not what items are allowed or not allowed?
That's correct. That's what the agreement is for, that you're signing. It's saying, you know, I won't overfill this, I won't put these hazardous materials in there. So it's not something we're not binding the customer to any kind of rate contract or anything like that. It's saying, I have read all these stipulations and understand them to the best of my knowledge is what they're doing.
Okay. And I just want to clarify some testimony on some of the questions Mr. Sandry
Yes.
asked you, okay? He asked you about whether a logbook is required, if you're, I think he called it a short haul?
Correct.
Okay. And, in your experience, is it safer to keep a logbook or not to keep a logbook?
It's, so basically, we don't have to keep a logbook because of the equipment that's in our trucks. It shows when you know, the driver's coming on duty and off duty. It is safer, as well as when you're filling out the DVIR, you're putting mileage and everything. We're able to show, you know, if the FMCSA wanted to do an audit or anything like that, we would be able to show hours of service, everything else to them. Yes.
And you and I discussed, NWS's budget item for $12,000 for maintenance.
Mhm.
And Mr. Sandry asked you about that too, and I'm kind of confused by some of the testimony. To be clear, if you had a company with 44 containers and one Kenworth T880, is $12,000 a reasonable maintenance amount for that company?
Not for the whole company. I thought he was speaking just about one truck. And it could be, it all depends on if anything goes wrong with that, just for the maintenance of the truck. You know, tires are very expensive. I would not feel comfortable having $12,000 as my budget for maintenance, yeah.
Oh, so you think it would be higher
Yes, absolutely.
based on your experience?
Yes.
You talked to Mr. Sandry about the contract Evergreen has with Flathead County for recycled.
Mhm.
things. He made an implication that it was your top priority. Is it Evergreen's only priority in roll-up?
No. We try to provide the best service for everybody. It's, as part of that contract, in order to hold up our end of it, we are responsible for servicing on the next day. That doesn't mean it's our only priority. That's why we schedule the way we do, to still be able to give all our other customers the same service that we are giving to Flathead County for that contract.
And just having all of your trucks and drivers make you able to make all of your customers priority?
It does. It gives us the flexibility we need to be able to do that, yes.
And I'm not gonna make you redo the math.
Oh, thank goodness.
Mr. Sandry was asking a little about the math.
Yes.
And to be clear, we went through the math. We covered a month's worth of rent. We covered what was in that invoice in Exhibit 14. It was a month's worth of rent for a 30-yard container, one roll-off haul, and one disposal fee, correct?
From the, yes, NWS 39. Right. Yes.
And we didn't include a delivery fee in those calculations, did we?
No, we did not.
Okay, we didn't include that on either side of the numbers, did we?
I didn't believe so. Yeah, that's where I was getting confused, as if I had misspoken, but I don't believe I spoke of any delivery fee in their numbers.
Okay. And Mr. Sandry asked you if Evergreen's rates had gone up since 2025, correct?
Yes.
And have you run these numbers based on more recent monthly rentals?
Are you asking if the rent's gone up?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you run the same calculation with Evergreen's 2026 rates?
I personally have not. Our controller or accountant did, but
Okay.
yeah.
And you've seen those numbers?
Mhm.
And Do the rates change significantly?
Significantly, no.
Okay, and at 3 hauls per month is using the 2026 rates,
Mhm.
is Evergreen still less expensive than NWS would be?
That's correct.
Mr. Sandry asked you about Oregon, you're saying there, correct? Just to be clear, you haven't worked in Oregon in over a decade, correct?
Not since 2019.
In 2019,
Yes.
okay. So 8 years,
Correct.
and you're not aware of what the regulatory situation is in Oregon since then?
No, and I that wasn't part of my knowledge at the time either.
Does Evergreen take its obligation pursuant to Montana statutes to serve everyone within its service area seriously?
Yes, very seriously.
It's important that you provide service to everyone within Flathead County
Yes.
within your service area?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Would, thank you.
Any objection?
No objections.
None.
Thank you, Mr. Ewing.
You're permanently excused.
So as I understand it, we're going to wait till tomorrow. Require an actually good witness, is that correct? Oh, thank you. Starting time for tomorrow morning. This is council.
My preference is 9, but I can be here at 8 if we need to be.
Just want to make sure that everyone has plenty of time.
My guess is, I mean, we have one witness, so, you know. After Republic's done, we'll fly that through our case chief.
All right, Evergreen, how many more witnesses do you have? Just one, and one for L&L. And Republic, you have,
I anticipate 3 to 4 at most, so I think if we start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, that should be enough time unless the applicant wants more time than that for a while.
For rebuttal?
For rebuttal.
Very little.
Okay.
Yeah, very short.
No objection to 9 o'clock.
all right. I think 9 o'clock works well for everyone. Thank you. So we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We're on the record for 42.